member. She was broken. She couldn't hold back her tears as she was engaging with us, going inside the family home as well. So many ANC leaders are definitely distraught. They are hurt on the passing of their comrade, their leader. As you can see, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma holding the hand of a former ANC Women's League president, Bathabile Dlamini-Zuma, as they are engaging. We are and know that they are going to the West Park Cemetery now, where the remains of Deputy Secretary General Yasmin Jessie Duarte will be laid to rest at the West Park Cemetery. And also Bathabile Dlamini, very emotional, as you can see those visuals that my colleague Tulo Munare is showing you now, distraught. The president of the ANC is now leaving the family home of Jessie Duarte with the Treasurer General of the African National Congress. The remains of Jessie Duarte are now leaving the home of Jessie Duarte as well. As they walk out, they will walk out with the remains of Jessie Duarte. That is President Ramaphosa, Treasurer General Paul Mashatile, National Chairperson Gwede Mantashe as well, the top brass leadership of the ANC, and the suspended Secretary General as well. They will usher out the remains of Jessie Duarte, led by Zain Dango, brother to Jessie Duarte, family representatives, who is a Director General in the Department of International Relations and Cooperations. They are now ushering out the remains of Jessie Duarte. As you can see, the hearse which is standing there, a black hearse, which will usher out the remains of Jessie Duarte from the family home. A very somber, very sad moment. ANC leaders distraught, various messages coming from all and sundry within the political spectrum. The Inkatha Freedom Party through its spokesperson Mkhuleko Hlengwa, the Congress of the People through its spokesperson Dennis Bloem, the United Democratic Movement through its president Bantu Holomisa. The EFF has sent out a statement through its spokesperson Sinawa Tambo. We have been trying to get hold of EFF leader Julius Silo Malema as well. But what we do know about Julius Malema and her views of Jessie Duarte, she always says she's been a committed member, committed cadre of the ANC right up until the bitter end. He always says, when he was still in the ANC Youth League, that Jessie Duarte used to tell them, alongside Figile Mbalula, Potgieter, Vuyisa Tulelo, the former Secretary General of the ANC Youth League, that one voice, one message, multiple voices. Let me repeat that point, Bongiwe. She always used to say to ANC leaders, particularly the Youth League, multiple voices, one message. Multiple voices, one message. Unlike what we see in the ANC today, where it's multiple messages instead of one message, multiple voices. She always used to say, one message, multiple voices, which is what the ANC, when the likes of Smart Ngonyama were still within the African National Congress, still the spokesperson of the ANC, they used to always say, when the likes of the late Jackson Mthembu, the son of, with the Witbank area of Mpumalanga, what they would always say, that it's one message, multiple voices. The ANC suspended Secretary General Ace Magashule, speaking of how they had a very close working relationship with Jessie Duarte. As you can see now, the hearse leaving the family home, going towards the West Park Cemetery. This is ultimately the last ride of Jessie Yasmin Duarte. President Ramaphosa walking behind the hearse. Treasurer General Paul Mashatile, National Chairperson Gwede Mantashe, led by the sons, the family, the brothers, the sisters of Jessie Duarte. As you can also see, the various community members, family, whom have also come to pay their last respects, as this is ultimately the last ride for Jessie Duarte as she leaves her home in Observatory for the very last time to go to a final resting place, closing a chapter of many years of struggle against non-racialism, against gender-based violence, a struggle for gender equality, a struggle against tribalism, a struggle for equality, a struggle for economic emancipation of the downtrodden, the poor, the marginalized, a struggle against injustice, no matter how it muted and reared its ugly head. As you can see, a very emotional ANC President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, Treasurer General Paul Mashatile, as the ANC President leads the ANC leadership to the final resting place of Jessie Duarte. He is accompanied and alongside the provincial chairperson of the ANC, Janazah Salah, and the various leaders of the ANC now leaving as the president gets into his vehicle to go and deliver the eulogy at the funeral service, Category 2 state funeral, declared by the President of the Republic, Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa. The ANC in Gauteng had to cancel its 2-day induction. I'm now going to go to the Minister of Tourism, ANC NEC member, who is also very distraught as well. Minister Sisulu, condolences to you, to the ANC. Just your views on the legacy of Jessie Yasmin Duarte.
She was just one outstanding woman. Stood her ground at all times, very disciplined, very principled. We've lost the one person in the organization who was able to, at all times, take the lead, even in the most difficult times, even when it wasn't the preferred route. She was your height, but she stood out like a giant. And she was a personal friend. I inherited her from my mom. She was my mom's aide at all times, there for her. My mom inherited her from my brother Zwedake, so she's almost like a part of our family. She's always been there for us. And I was invited to Russia by the Minister of Tourism. I took the opportunity to try and get medication for her in Russia. And I succeeded, but I arrived too late. I arrived back home too late. We will miss Jessie. I don't know if anybody else would have the qualities that she has. And you would know that, Samgate.
Indeed, Minister Sisulu. She was a very passionate person. We had our differences, but we buried the hatchet. At times, we'd even gossip about you ANC leaders and the things going on within the country, the governing party. She was very motherly. Condolences to you once again. How would you want the younger generation to remember her?
Jessie got into the organization at a very young age. And because she was one of the youngest, she automatically became my mother's secretary, because my mother was one of the presidents of the UDM. But she was just self-driven. She didn't need anybody to conscientize her, so to speak. She knew what was right instinctively. And she was, for me and my family, she was one of us.
Condolences to you, Minister, and to the ANC family as we let you go and lay your comrade to rest. The last ride of Jessie Duarte from Observatory in Johannesburg, former MEC of Education in the province, former ambassador to Mozambique, now the late and former Deputy Secretary General of the African National Congress, who leaves her organization at a time where it's preparing for its 55th National Conference in December at Nasrec. National Chairperson Gwede Mantashe saying she leaves at a time when her organization really needs her the most, at a time where the ANC is pulling in different directions. One leader of the ANC we spoke to saying that she leaves at a time when they needed her the most, to all bring them together so that the factions are dealt with. As you can see, the president of the ANC's motorcade as it leaves Observatory to lay Jessie Duarte to rest. Bongiwa.
And Samgelo, of course, as that motorcade then leaves the home, one of the things that we've also seen has been different conversations that you've also had, with even some of the family members who are talking about how difficult of a day this is. And we do know that this particular motorcade is headed towards West Park Cemetery, where we know the funeral service is going to be getting underway. Let's leave it there with Samgelo for now, and head then to the West Park Cemetery with, of course, my colleague Unati is standing by to bring us the latest on that one.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Bongi. Of course, just some of those comments that were made by Minister Lindiwe Sisulu. Just a reminder, of course, that it was Albertina Sisulu in 1979 who actually recruited Umamu Jessie Duarte to establish several women's structures, and she indeed succeeded in doing that in a matter of a couple of years. So if you've just joined us, this is the special broadcast following the passing of ANC's Deputy Secretary General Jessie Duarte. She passed away in the early hours of this morning. She was just 68 years old, of course, 2 months before her 69th birthday. But let's continue here now. The ANC, of course, has announced a national memorial service for the late Jessie Duarte on Thursday, following her passing away this morning. The party's Deputy Secretary General died at the age of 68 and will be buried this afternoon in accordance with Muslim rites. Duarte was hospitalized with gastrointestinal complications last year. Now, the ANC's Treasurer General Paul Mashatile was speaking during a media briefing.
But you're gonna link up with him. Yeah, he's going to the cemetery. All right, sure. Front is fine. Yeah, you can say these chips. More. Yeah, no, get to get me grass. Yeah, but we there,
Tahir Momonat from the Central Islamic Trust that will be conducting Ms. Jessie Duarte's funeral in accordance with Muslim burial rites. We understand that the delegation as well as the convoy is still at the Bruma home and they'll be making their way here shortly, and we understand that in about an hour or so these processes will begin. As I've said earlier, it's a very short number of people that have arrived here. We're expecting most of the guests to arrive with the official convoy that will make its way from Bruma. Over to you in studio.
Thank you very much, Kenny Mapanga, out there at the West Park Cemetery, of course, where the funeral service of Jessie Duarte will be taking place this afternoon. Let's take you here now. Political analyst joins us, Professor Sipho Siepe, now joins us for some reaction. Prof. Siepe, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Of course, lots of reaction coming in just about what this death of Jessie Duarte means, particularly for the ANC. Your reaction first, Prof.
Well, I mean, there's first the issue of the family, and we need to express our condolences to losing somebody who is considered to be a matriarch in a family. And for the ANC, what it means, it's also a depletion of leadership, core leadership of the ANC. If one talks about the top six, the whole office try to look at which way the wind is blowing. Jessie was not like that. The position that the ANC had taken, it had to be defended. She defended that. But you also, which is different from leaders who will try to say, what is it that the media would like me to say that will make me look favorable. So she had a strong running in with the media space. She had a strong running in with the opposition because she always made sure that she stand by the position of the organization. So that is one thing that one would actually remember her for. The third one that she be remembered for, she was somebody who was always concerned about the non-racial character of the ANC. She always felt that the ANC was drifting away from defense or incorporation or accommodation of what people will call minorities in this country, the Indians and colored people. Part of some criticism may come out of that to say in doing so she was being herself representing almost a particular ethnic group, when in fact all she was saying it was to say she sees a drifting that suggested the lack of accommodation. But such a posture we normally would expect that it should also be people who do not belong to either the colored or Indian community who raise those issues. So some would have seen it as self-serving. But as far as the ANC is concerned, she taught the line. And as far as the ANC's decisions are concerned, she was able to communicate those without fear or favor. She was very clear about her position. And we must also give it granted that she has been a seasoned activist all her life. And she was in government briefly. She served as an ambassador. And she was elected twice to the position of the Deputy Secretary General. Meaning, and when you look at even the contestation, it was almost really uncontested because she got such a high vote, which was a motion of confidence that members of the ANC had in her.
In fact, many members of the ANC calling her very principled and very, disciplined. Speaking about the ANC, the words of ANC National Chairperson Gwede Mantashe are ringing at this moment. He earlier, of course, saying that this is the worst time, for the ANC to lose Jessie Duarte. And of course, it is a great loss for the ANC on many fronts. The party describing her as a matriarch and a pillar of strength for the party. And one would imagine that this, in any other time, would be the time that they would have wanted her, to be in the party. On many fronts, the ANC is, of course, battling with its own internal problems. But also as they head to that elective conference in December, it becomes a greater loss for the party, given her influence and what she would have done to ready the party, ahead of that very crucial conference.
No, that is true. And I think the notion of a disciplined cadre must loom large. Somebody who is very principled. And as I say, even when there are positions that people were uncomfortable with, even the position that the ANC was unkeen to defend publicly, for as long as the decision had been taken, Jessie Duarte will make herself available to engage in those difficult conversations and in that difficult engagement with either the media, opposition parties, and even within the ANC itself. And those who talk about the notion of principle and discipline are actually correct, because right now the ANC is full of leaders who are unprincipled, who are ill-disciplined, and the leaders who would never defend the position of the ANC, leaders who would abandon even the resolution of the ANC and be unwilling to defend, but even go further to undermine those decisions. Jessie Duarte was not one of those.
Now, Prof, let's talk about, just her role and her significance in the work that she has done behind the women, in the party itself. We know that she was very crucial in establishing a lot of women's structures, even as early as 1979. Of course, her legacy is very much felt in that, in that front as a party.
I think that is a very important one, because what we tend to forget is she was a member of the ANC Women's League. She didn't join the ANC Women's League because it has become fashionable There are some people who have jumped into joining the ANC Women's League because it appears to serve a particular, because even though the Women's League at the moment does not seem to, it seems to have lost the teeth, but she has always identified herself with almost various structures of the ANC and the Marxist democratic movement. People must remember that she also comes from a trade union movement when she worked with Mrs. Albertina Sisulu. So she has a teeth in the trade union movement, she has a teeth in the Women's League, she has a teeth within the ANC itself. And so you're talking about somebody who's seasoned within the mass democratic movement and within the ANC itself. So she could talk intelligently and robustly and address the unions, because it's a space that she was in. She can talk on women's issues. She could talk about the ANC. So you're talking about somebody who is an all-rounder. But as I say, the most important thing is she did not shy away from taking positions that even some members of the ANC would be not keen to take in defense of their organization. She would be one who would stand alone. So I do think that that idea of discipline is best described, and also a contribution in the gender issues. And also very passionate about the issues of Palestine. So even when people, they would not mention that, she will always make sure that that part is brought into the discussion.
Political analyst Professor Sipho Siepe, let's leave it there for now. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon, sir. Bongi, over to you.
All right, let's then stay with reaction as we look at the political career as well as the legacy that is left behind by Jessie Duarte. We speak now to Elvis Masoha, who is a political analyst. Elvis, thank you so much for your time. I mean, the ANC, for example, if I may borrow from what they said during the briefing, they talk about how the passing of Comrade Jessie, and I'm quoting, is a great loss, not only to the family, but to the democratic movement and the country as a whole. As a committed internationalist and former diplomat, not only will she be mourned by South Africa, but by colleagues and comrades on the African continent and in the international progressive movement. This talks about the larger void that the ANC is going to be feeling when it comes to this loss on multiple fronts.
Yeah, firstly, let me pass my humble greetings to you and all the viewers of SABC. and be soft on somebody because the person is associated with your beloved faction. So when it comes to Jessie Duarte, this no-nonsense kind of a character, it was very healthy and developmental for the ANC, because in an organization where factionalism is rife, you need this kind of a leader who is very sharp as an axe when it comes to expecting compliance, when it comes to implementation of resolutions of the organization. That's why even former President Nelson Mandela, adored, Jessie Duarte, because Mandela saw that rare character in him, that whether you are Jessie Duarte's close friend or relative or comrade, but when it comes to ANC decisions or resolution, she was, true to principle. She didn't even take sides. And I think it's something that maybe the living generation of ANC cadres and leaders can emulate going forward.
And one of, the other things that we just touched on were the difficult moments where she did not shy away, as you say, to implement what the party, would have agreed upon at that particular point in time. And one cannot even help but think back to that moment when former President Jacob Zuma was to then resign. She was among those that needed to break the news.
Yes, because that's what it means to be a statesman or a stateswoman. That's what it means. You need to take decisions that are in the best interest of your organization, or even in the best interest of your country, even though they might step on the toes of some of your friends, neighbors, or relatives, but you realize the bigger picture. The larger goodwill is that, let me take this decision that will serve the general interest of my country. And that's what makes her such a great, rare quality, leader. Because we must never allow any organization that allow individual ego to prevail over, the greatness of an organization. Such organization will collapse. And that is a danger that is looming even in the ANC right now, whereby individual egos have been allowed to prevail over, the broader interest of the organization. But if you can have leaders in the mold of, Jessie Duarte, when it comes to decisions of an organization, you implement them to the latter, irrespective of who is involved. And I think that will make the ANC a greater liberation movement.
You alluded to it. I mean, a lot of talk has been had around the difficult time that the ANC is finding itself in now, even the chairperson alluding to that as well. I mean, one thinks about the fact that in the lead up to the 54th conference, for example, at Nasrec, the ANC was really faced with serious, problems and allegations of tribalism at the time, and she took the bull by the horn, as some have described, and, really dealt with these issues. There were also issues with the structures, which she did not shy away from doing that. And as you now say, it appears to be a difficult road ahead then for the ANC, particularly when we look at the regional conferences that could not even adopt credentials, a role she would have really, occupied, as some are saying, that now the ANC is going to be limping towards conference.
No, absolutely. Remember that, the secretariat, or the office of the secretariat, it is a living engine of an organization, because they monitor and play oversight over day-to-day activities of the organization. Like the position of Secretary General and Deputy Secretary General are the most vital and critically important, organs of the ANC. So the quality in that office will determine the quality of ANC in terms of advancement. So, and my advice is that, given the character that, Jessie Duarte, emulated, then ANC must go for a kind of a person who is insulated from factionalism, a person who will be able to be seen as a glue that unites and binds all members and leaders together when you elect a Secretary General and even a Deputy Secretary General, so that even the two rival factions, whenever they want to come, they must see the Secretary General or the Deputy Secretary General as a glue that binds them together. When they are wrong, you will be able to say you are out of order, and when they are correct, you will be able to say you are correct. So I think the ANC must start to identify that character, because it's very much important. But because if you vote for a factionalist, then obviously the rival faction will never much, healthy for the ANC going forward.
Now, Elvis, how easy or difficult is what you're saying they must do going to be? Looking at the fact that we saw in the previous days those rules that were released by the Electoral Committee on how they need to conduct themselves when it comes to, the conference in December. They talk about, how they don't want slates. For example, you can't have predetermined outcomes. They talk about you can't be negative towards another, group that is also going to be contesting. The candidates themselves have to open their books. So how easy will it be then to identify this particular individual when you look at the current ANC?
I think the most, powerful mistake the ANC made was after, President Nelson Mandela stepped down as ANC president, when they started to allow the masses, the general membership, to give direction and even guidance to the ANC. I think that was a powerful mistake the ANC leadership made, because leaders are there to serve as an epitome of direction and guidance for the broader membership. In any organization where you allow the masses to lead, it is prone, to fall into paralysis. That's why even right now you find a situation whereby the general membership decide who leads or who doesn't lead. And in as far as I'm concerned, that is not good for a vanguard movement. Take an example about the South African Communist Party. I like the way they craft their leadership. They allow the Central Committee to debate for months as to who are credible leaders, who are equal to the task to lead the South African Communist Party going forward. And when they come to an elective national conference, the leaders have already caucused, they've already briefed their membership, so they just rubber stamp what they've agreed. And I think that's what the ANC must go. Leaders must have time to analyze and critique the kind of leaders that are suitable for the ANC, the current generation, rather than allowing members with vested interest, some they just join to get tenders to decide who must be the president or who must not be the president. And I think that's why the ANC must start to say, the National Executive Committee must caucus and say who are the cadres who are credible to can occupy the position of president, position of secretary general, position of treasurer. When they've agreed, then they sell the idea to their branches, the general membership, and when they have a national conference, they just come to rubber stamp that decision. But to allow the masses to lead, that is a recipe for disaster.
Just stay on the line for us there. That is political analyst Elvis Masoha. As you can see, live visuals there as the motorcade is now making its way into the West Park Cemetery. We'd like to welcome our SABC 2 viewers for this special broadcast as we bring you the life and times of Jessie Duarte there. This is where the funeral service is going to be taking place. It is done in accordance with Muslim burial rites. And we do understand that as soon as the hearse comes, it's going to be parked on the right side of the marquee, and the casket is expected to be draped in ANC flags. And of course, the males are going to be expected to then go into the marquee. Privacy in this regard is very important, but I'm not alone this afternoon. I am with my colleague Unati Patyashe, who is, of course, with us for this particular broadcast. As we look at Unati, some of the rights that are going to be observed this afternoon. Critical to note that it is going to be quite important when it comes to respect, because even the marquee at some point is going to be closed off and only opened to a larger crowd a little later on.
Absolutely, Bongiwe, and very good afternoon to our SABC 2 viewers who have also just joined us. Of course, we are marking the special funeral of Jessie Duarte, and of course, what
your phone?
I don't have it. My phone is lost.
Cemetery. They will be taking you live to those proceedings as soon as they begin. President Cyril Ramaphosa, of course, also making his way there, and he will be delivering the eulogy at the funeral of Jessie Duarte.
And the ANC talking about, the Treasurer General briefing the media earlier on, saying her death has found us unprepared for the worst that we have to contend with now. That is the ANC, and talking about what a difficult position is being put in now when it comes to its conference. And you're thinking about Jessie Duarte, a leader, of course, at some point in the UDF. You think about, her also being, involved and elected into the PEC in Gauteng. At some point, she was MEC and serving even between 1999 and 2003 as the ambassador to Mozambique, and she was, of course, the Deputy Secretary General of the ANC, a position she held since 2012 up until her passing. So a lot of reflections this afternoon, Unate, being made even around the work that she would have done in the Secretary General's office, because you think about some of those difficult conversations that she would have had to have, and sometimes these conversations would be with the structures themselves. One thinks about, the Youth League at some point, where she had to get involved in some of the issues there, where she had to tackle some of the difficult moments, even having her own, run-ins with the media at some point, because she's been described as somebody who was straightforward. You can think back to some of the press conferences when you ask her some of the questions, and she would really not hold back when it comes to giving answers. And that is how even the ANC colleagues describe her, to say that even behind closed doors, she was someone who never shied away to, tell the truth and really speak about some of the difficult moments that the ANC found itself in.
And one of the things, just from a leadership quality point of view, that, even Samkele reminded us of, she used to say multiple voices, one message. I think that would have been a very crucial thing for her to have, continued to say, as you've rightfully said, the ANC going into that elective conference later this year, a very significant voice that she was, even in their statement, the ANC saying that she was a matriarch and, of course, a principled and disciplined cadre. One of the things that we have to also remember is that she started at a very young age in the movement. She was anything between the ages of 12 and 15 when she joined, the political fray. And at the heart of her political, career, she was a mother. But she was relentless. She continued working, selflessly for the movement, for the country. And just speaking about the many roles, that she assumed, Bongi, where, you mentioned that she was the ambassador to Mozambique. Of course, this was in the period of 1999 to 2003. She was also ANC spokesperson at some point and personal assistant to the former ANC president, Walter Sisulu and Nelson Mandela. So that is significant. She comes from a very principled, legacy. And of course, that's what she took into this particular party, and would have been very, very important leading up to, as we said, those very crucial conferences that the ANC is currently embarking on. As the chairperson of the ANC, Gwede Mantashe, said, this is a very, very significant loss, and the timing is particularly most unfortunate. So, of course, we're going to be hearing from a lot more, political leaders during this particular cemetery funeral. We know that, of course, President Cyril Ramaphosa is currently in attendance, and he will be delivering that eulogy, a little bit later on. We understand it will be starting any moment now, as you can see those visuals coming to you live there, on your screen.
And important to note that you may see on your screen quite a lot of people entering that marquee. The marquee will be closed on the sides during the burial process to afford her, the privacy, and the family as well, so that the body, is still treated with the utmost respect, as we've heard even from, those who are observing there with our colleague Kenny Mapanga, who are stationed at the West Park Cemetery, talking about how important it is going to be to ensure that the sanctity of this particular process is really preserved. And immediately after the process of burial, the sides to that marquee will then be opened, and anyone who wants to assist in filling the grave is going to then be asked to do so. And you can see the coffin there draped in the ANC flag, as we heard that was to be the case. And we are seeing quite a lot of senior ANC leaders as well in this marquee, who are also going to be in this particular service that we understand. And remember, the ANC is saying that there will be an official memorial service that will be held on Thursday. Now, provinces themselves have been encouraged to hold their own provincial, memorial services, and the flags are going to be flown at half-mast. So, Unati, it's really one of the important things this afternoon is to put Jessie Duarte, the politician, in context with Jessie Duarte, the sister, because even some of the, the family members, her brother, speaking to Samgele Masego, saying for them it's just as devastating of a loss as it is for the African National Congress.
Absolutely. I mean, she comes from a political family, just as a young a woman herself at the time, forming various structures together with her brothers. So it is a family that is fully entrenched in the movement. They have been, doing this for several years. I mean, at the age of 15 years old, she organized a stay-away march for which she was suspended. Of course, we know that at some point she was also incarcerated, and so she comes from a legacy of, political greats. We just mentioned earlier on, that she at some point was, growing up under ANC presidents Walter Sisulu and Nelson Mandela. I'm just also reminded about what Minister Lindiwe Sisulu said just not too long ago to Samkele, as, he was interviewing her, saying that she was family. Of course, you will remember that in 1979, she was recruited, as we said earlier, by Albertina Sisulu to establish women's structures throughout the country. This was in 1979. And by 1981, the ANC Women's League had 9 functional women's structures in the Eastern Cape. So she was very instrumental for the ANC Women's League, the formation thereof, and obviously just keeping decorum within the party. Again, Lindiwe Sisulu also mentioning about how disciplined she was, and also how principled she was. Holding back tears, of course. We also saw other former ANC Women's League members, at the home earlier on. Very, very disturbed scenes, and of course a sad moment for a lot of the leadership and members of the ANC. And, Jessie Duarte also had her moments, like we said earlier, where she, had controversial moments, and those too have been mentioned, but by, opposition parties. But they were also very quick to note that she, she was very instrumental in various fronts, but also, she kept to her own. I mean, at one point they can criticize, some of the work that she did, but also admire.
Office, it is not easy to avoid dust, and it's something that she did not shy away from, as he remembers her as a straightforward talker.
First and second rows,
Vuyo?
other than
so when the protocol couldn't agree there. So the protocol couldn't agree.
All right, it looks like our line there to Vuyo just needs to be re-established, as we can see there on your screen that the service looks like it's about to begin, as everyone is being asked to make their way in and settle down, as we understand that the president is also going to be delivering the eulogy there. And we do understand that this is not going to be quite a lengthy program, because you do know that according to Muslims' rites of passage, this funeral has to be done, by sunset. So we're not expecting a very lengthy funeral. And even the Treasurer General of the ANC, Paul Mashatile, talking about how they are going to then have their own moment on Thursday, Unati, for them to be able to reflect on her life, to talk about her contribution to the ANC. Because one thinks about this woman that has been described as an engine of the ANC, because when you're running the Secretary General's office, you are literally the engine. You're keeping the fires burning, both in front and behind the scenes.
Which is probably why the Treasurer General, as he was speaking to the media earlier on, described her as the best Deputy Secretary General for this political party, Bongi.
And I do understand, Unati, that Vuyo is joining us now. Vuyo, a program that is expected to not be long, where you are. Take us through what we can expect this afternoon.
In fact, Bongi, where they just announced that they were running a little late by about 40 minutes or so, but as you are hoping you can hear behind me, the police band rendering the national anthem, which of course signals that proceedings are now underway. I do have with me the General Secretary of the South African Communist Party, who has served with Jessie Duarte in the Alliance Secretariat, and that is the newly elected General Secretary of the South African Communist Party, Soli Mopaila. Good afternoon. Your fondest memories of Jessie Duarte as you worked with her in the Alliance Secretariat?
Firstly, we want to extend our sincere message of condolences to the family of Duarte, as well as the people of South Africa, our liberation movement. We lost a very great leader of our people, a feisty woman, a dedicated public servant who will go beyond the call of duty every time there was a task in front of her. And I think in the Secretariat of the Alliance, where we worked much more closely, almost on weekly basis, in consultation on many things, she was the one that was most diligent, and she will make consultations even late in the night, and sometimes we'll laugh and say, but when do you ever get time to rest? And she will give you that great laugh of showing the strength that she was carrying through. And I think when she started feeling ill, she took some of us into confidence to indicate that there were now a few problems with her health, but that she was fighting on, and she continued to fight right up to the end. I think I remember recently when Comrade Duma Nkosi passed away, we had a brief discussion, because she was also very close to Comrade Duma, and I didn't want her to get to know the news quickly, but she was quite strong, and that time she did indicate that she is gaining a strength.
Indeed, sorry to stop you there. We are now going to go straight inside the tent. That's where, of course, proceedings have now already started.
Granddaughter, Miss Kirsten Whitley, to read the obituary.
Obituary of Yasmin Jessie Duarte, 19th September 1953 to 17th July 2022. Yasmin Duarte, lovingly known as Comrade Jessie, was born in the township of New Clare, Johannesburg, to Ibrahim and Julie Dangle. She was the fifth born of the 9 siblings and the only daughter. She completed high school at Coronationville High. After school, she joined an exchange program to the United States, living with an American family with whom she remained in touch till the end of her life. Jessie grew up in a family that valued ideas and books, as well as rigorous debate and argument. This laid the foundation for her activism. She was also an avid art collector and music lover. In the 1970s, influenced by her experience, travels, and other activists that came into contact with, she became involved in the Black consciousness movement. By 1979, she already played a leading role in the women's movement under the mentorship of Mum Albertina Sisulu. In 1981, she was elected as the Secretary of Federation of Transvaal Women. As a leader of the FEDRA, Comrade Jessie played a critical role in the rebuilding of South African women's movement, traveling across the country to help form the structures in the then Northern, Eastern and Western Transvaal, Eastern Cape and Border, and Western Cape and Natal. Working together with Master Sisulu, she was also the contact person for links between the internal and external women's movement, as well as the South African Communist Party through Ray Alexander. At the same time, she was mother to 2 young children, Yusha, born in 1975, and Zoe, born in 1977, whilst also taking care of her younger siblings, Abbas and Zain Dangle. The women's movement played an important role in the formation of the UDF in 1983. Along with the trade union, civic and youth and student movements. And throughout the 1980s, Comrade Jessie was an activist in all campaigns of the UDF, including going door to door during the tri-cameral parliament campaign. During the early 1980s, she worked with Reverend Bayers Norwood to set up and administer a scholarship fund to educate and skill ANC and UDF activists, developing a progressive core of public servants. She was detained without trial in 1988, released and placed under restriction orders until the state of emergency was lifted. With the formation of organs of People's Power in the 1980s, she played a role in organizing underground operations through identification of safe houses, women who acted as couriers, and the distribution of the recipe book for military operations. Like many activists of the time, Jessie and her family were harassed by regime and isolated in her community, yet she remained steadfast. According to the family, the Dangles had greater access to books than food, and Comrade Jessie saw books as essential to life. This nurtured her enduring love for literature, writing, and storytelling. She worked at progressive publisher Raven Press, established in 1972, and encouraged authors like Jacina Hlopho and Bobby Schneider. Comrade Jessie was one of the founders of the Congress of South African Writers, launched in July 1978 to mobilize progressive writers and nurture the alternative press. Her activism and commitment to the working class was another enduring commitment. As COSATU was being formed, she played a role in mobilizing domestic workers and was part of the strike committee for the 1987 National Union of Mine Workers strike. After the unbanning of the ANC in 1990, she served on the interim leadership corps of the then Pretoria Witwatersrand region, now Gauteng, to rebuild the ANC. She was also instrumental in the re-establishment of the SACP. She was tasked with setting up the offices of Comrades Nelson Mandela and Walter Sisulu, and served as Comrade Mandela's special assistant from 1990 to 1994. In the heat of the apartheid-sponsored violence, during the early 1990s, she worked closely with Comrade Ronnie Casseroles in the East Rand and West Rand to assist the establishment of self-defense units, and went on to be a part of the National Peace Accord structures. During the negotiations leading to democracy in South Africa, from 1991 to 1994, she was a member of the Regional Executive Committee for the PWV region. Comrade Jessie was amongst the pioneering members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature and served in the provincial cabinet as the first MEC for Community Safety and Security in Gauteng, pioneering the concept of community policing, focusing on domestic violence and social crime prevention. As MEC for Community Security, Safety and Security, she participated in the Johannesburg Pride marches and remained a companion for LGBTQI+ rights. She was also a firm advocate for the decriminalization of sex work. These issues were all part of her fight to protect the rights and indigeneity of all vulnerable and exploited groups. From 1999 to 2003, she served as South Africa's High Commissioner to Mozambique. A critical period of strengthened relations between the two countries. She also served in the Department of International Relations and Cooperation as the Deputy Director General for Africa. As the newly formed African Union started to take shape, with South Africa playing a leading role, Comrade Jessie Duarte was elected to the National Executive Committee of the ANC in 1997 at the 50th National Conference in Mafeking. She also served as the international spokesperson for the NEC and was elected Deputy Secretary General of the ANC in 2012 at the 53rd National Conference, re-elected at the next conference, and a position she held until her passing on 17th July 2022. Comrade Jessie was an internationalist, a fighter for the rights of oppressed peoples everywhere, especially women and children. Her commitment to the cause of the people of Palestine, Western Sahara, and against the Cuban blockade remained unwavering. During her final days, in the midst of her struggle with cancer, she initiated a book project to tell the story of the rebuilding of women's movement during the 1980s. Comrade Jessie will be remembered as a fierce and unapologetic proponent of the non-racialism, an outspoken fighter for the rights of women, and a loving matriarch of the Dango, Duarte, and Whitley families. She survived She is survived by her children, Yusha and Zoe, grandchildren Kristen, Monique, Mu'in and Amira, and remaining siblings Mohammed, Musa, Abbas, and Zain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I now call upon Mr. Zain Dango to pay a tribute on behalf of the family?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mohammed, Mr. President, Premier, Ministers, Ambassadors, and family and friends and Jessie's comrades. Kristen and Monique gave a really good, detailed outline of Jessie's life, and other people will be talking about her life as an activist, a community builder, a diplomat, and political leader. I want to reflect on Jessie, the mother, grandmother, sister, and aunt. I will reflect on some abstracts from Zoe, her daughter. Zoe wrote a letter to Jessie, her mom, in the last few weeks of Jessie's life. And I use Zoe's letter as it speaks to the thoughts and feelings of all of us. Zoe wrote the following in a very long letter, and I'll only be using some excerpts. Mom, I've been at your side, watched you, helped you day and night, your energy decreasing. You lost weight and you wanted space so that we don't see the pain you are in. I could also see, Mom, how little had changed. Your smile is still the same, still warm. Your laugh never changed throughout. This passage from Zoe's letter epitomizes the Jessie we know. This is not always the same Jessie that is sometimes portrayed in the media. What Zoe is describing is the Jessie that always put the needs of others first. At the time when she was experiencing the most unimaginable pain, she wanted to shield us from witnessing that pain, as she knew that it would cause us distress. This selfless nature of embracing of the other was part of Jessie's DNA. Learning from our mom, Julie, she sacrificed her own comfort and well-being to take care of others. My brother Abbas, John Duarte's brother Emmanuel, my brother Musa as well at some stage, and myself all know this too well. Jessie and John took us into their homes at a time when they had very little, but they shared that little with us as we had nowhere else to go. This nurturing and looking after the well-being of others extended to non-family members too. Strangers in the need of shelter knew that they could come to her house, whether it be in Nuclear, Reveille, or Observatory, and they knew that they would find a warm bed, food, and comfort, irrespective of how small the space was. In Nuclear and Reveille, the houses were small, but she would tell us to shift up whenever people were in need of shelter and care. Patrick Flask was one of those, and he reminded us how Abbas and I had to shift up for him, and we didn't have a single bed to share between us, but he stayed with us for a very long time, and Yusha ended up on the floor. Yeah. So, Jessie's houses therefore became known as the shift-up houses. When I asked the son, Yusha, what you would like to say to his mom now, if he had the chance, he said, it would be 2 words only: thank you. That expression of gratitude comes from all of us in the family, as all of us at some time or the other were blessed by her kindness and caring nature. Yusha, we all join you in saying, thank you, Jessie. Ursula, my wife, sums up Jessie's our gratitude towards Jessie when she says, in her note when I asked what she would like to say, she said, my dearest Jessie, I've said this to you before and I'll say it again. Thank you for all that you have meant to me, Zain, and the grandkids. You have always been in our corner, guiding us and showing us what it means to have compassion, kindness, and integrity. So Jessie, as a family, we celebrate your life. We are proud that you, our mother, our sister, grandmother, and aunt, we are proud of your contributions to this country and to our family. Saying that you were among the best of us is not just a slogan, because we have experienced your generosity and support. and indeed for us, you were the best. I will conclude by again referencing Zoe's letter to Jessie. Zoe wrote the following: Mom, when the doctors told us that it's not looking good and you only have weeks or a few months to live, then, Mom, it was days, and time flashed before my eyes. We need more time, Mom. Zoe also then reflected on Jessie's pain in those last few weeks when she wrote, Mom, your body is slowing down. I ask God for peace, the peace of knowing that you will rest in peace. These words by Zoe sum up the sentiments of the entire family. We celebrated Jessie's life, but we also knew the pain she was in, and therefore we are grateful and comforted that she is now free from that pain, that she can now soar in the afterlife, light, happy, and with that distinctive smile and laughter that we all know. Jessie, if you can hear us, we want you to know we loved you, we cherished you, and above all, we want to thank you. Hamba Gashle, Jessie.
Can I now call upon Mr. Paul Mashatile, the Treasurer General of the ANC, to speak on behalf of the ANC? I'm not too sure. Paul is Treasurer General, Secretary General, Deputy Secretary General.
You know, I'm not used to be called Mr. Mashatile. You know, I worked with Comrade Dango for many years. In fact, Comrade Mohamed Dango at some point was the treasurer of the ANC in Gauteng when I was secretary. So thank you very much, Comrade Dango. Let me firstly greet the President of the ANC, Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa, all officials of the ANC, the members of the National Executive Committee of the ANC, the leadership of the Alliance, SABC, COSATU, and SANCO. I saw Comrade Soli earlier when I was coming in. He was elected 3 days ago, new from the box, as a new GS of the party. Welcome, Comrade Soli and the other leaders. To the family of Duarte, Dango, and Whitley, on behalf of the African National Congress, National Executive Committee, I bring our sincere condolences to all of you. But not only to you as family, but to the big family of the African National Congress and the Alliance. As we convey our condolences to you, we also convey our condolences to ourselves. Also, remembering that Comrade Jessie worked for many years in this province, I would like to appreciate the presence of the leadership of the African National Congress in this province, Comrade Janazah, TK, and other leaders of the ANC in Gauteng. Thanks for having been there all the time. And I can see, Comrade President, these comrades, they are really up to the task. When I phoned at 2 a.m., I was able to find them. So I realized, oh no, so we've elected the right people. They don't sleep. Thank you very much, comrades. I think continue to hold the fort. I've worked with Comrade Jessie for many years. I think the obituary says it all. Comrade Jessie was instrumental in the formation of the Federation of Transvaal Women. working with comrades like Nomvula Mukonyani, Susan Shabangu, and many others, but really their anchor being Umama Albertina Sisulu. But they didn't end up and say, look, we are focusing on women struggles, gender struggles. They became leaders in their own right in the struggle as we fought the apartheid regime, but also as we started to rebuild the structures of our movement. Comrade Jessie was there. I recall very well that when the ANC was unbanned in 1990, there's a small committee that was formed to start rebuilding structures of the ANC in Gauteng. At the time, it was called Southern Transvaal. Yes, Southern Transvaal. It was PWV, then Southern Transvaal. Comrade Jessie was part of that team. We worked with her. And at a later stage, when we won the elections, Comrade Tokyo was our premier, and I was the secretary, and Comrade Tokyo called me and said, hey, Marina, we need to set up a government. So who do we bring as the executive? And you're supposed to have someone as MEC for safety, to deal with the police. And in truth, at the time, I was thinking about, some strong male comrade. And Comrade Tokyo says, no, Jessie Duarte. So I said, no, that's fine. I think let's go with Comrade Jessie Duarte. And as you know, Comrade Jessie is short. Many guys in the police, or let me say many people in the police are men, or that time they were men, many of them white, big, and now here this short woman is going to lead them. But she did an amazing job. And I think those who worked with Jessie at the time will know that she did an amazing job in that responsibility as a MEC for safety in Gauteng. Of course, she went on to other responsibilities, as the obituary says. I won't go into that. All I want to say for today, really, we want to convey our sincere condolences to the family. We want to say to the family, thank you for having allowed Comrade Jessie to be part of this movement. You never said, Comrade Jessie, you are being harassed by police. They are also harassing us. Stop what you are doing. You allowed her to continue. She went to prison. She came out. She continued. Last year, when we were running the election campaign for local government, I worked very close with Comrade Jessie in what I call a very difficult campaign. We didn't have enough resources. And Comrade Jessie didn't blame me to say, SG, but it's your problem. We don't have money. She understood the problem we had. And we had to juggle around with very meager resources. And the officials will meet, President, Comrade Chair, myself, look at where we can get something. So we campaigned, and one day we were doing a press briefing. I think it was just before the voting. So Comrade Nkenke was on my left, Comrade Jessie was on my right. So I said something like, comrades, we must ensure that we keep the ANC under 50%. So both of them, they hit me on the side. Comrade Jessie is short, so I had to lean to her to say, what's wrong? He said, over 50%. So I said, Comrade Jesse, what did I say? He says, you said under. And she was smiling the way you see her, looking at me with that smile. I said, you said under. And after that, we went, we were relaxed and we were laughing about it as always with Comrade Jessie. Always very smiling, but Jessie can be a fighter. All of you who knows her, you know she fights. When she believes in an idea, she fights. And even the media people know. So I said to her, Comrade Jessie, hey, you are fighting with these media people. Say, yeah, Paul, man, you must tell them. They go and write things there. But Comrade Jessie is someone, when she agrees with you, especially if your cause is correct, she will be with you forever. You know that slogan, no surrender. With Comrade Jessie, we don't surrender. If we agree that this is correct, we go for it. So we want to say to comrades today, we don't have a lot of time. We will have a memorial, hopefully on Thursday, where we'll be able to, allow many of you to be able to speak. The Communist Party, where Comrade Jessie was a leader, with myself, Comrade Nomvula, COSATU, where she worked with workers, and we'll also allow the Women's League to be able to speak, the Youth League, because Jessie also helped young people. We will do that on Thursday. So don't feel today we are being suppressed. But the comrades said, I must try and speak for all of you, the Alliance, for today. But Thursday, we will have enough time for us really to pay tribute to this selfless woman who worked for our people until the end. So I want to say, fare thee well, my sister. Comrade Jessie, you've done your work. We're still expecting more from Comrade Jessie. When she got sick, we didn't know that she was sick at the time. When Comrade Jessie said, I'm feeling tired, Comrade Paul, to take a break, I thought it's fatigue because of the elections. And he said to me, Comrade Paul, please take over my responsibilities. I'm going to try and rest a bit. And the officials of the ANC says, yes, indeed, please try and do the work that Comrade Jessie was doing until she's back. So we're hoping, and hoping against hope. But we are proud that we had the opportunity to know her. We had an opportunity to work with her. Setilala Ngotolo, our sister, will continue your legacy of selflessness, of discipline, of hard work, and more importantly, of caring for the poor. Comrade National Chair, we will not surrender. We will be like Comrade Jessie, President, no surrender until our people can have a better life. Let me conclude on that note. I realized when I was greeting everybody that I missed Comrade Mkhulu. I didn't see you for some reason with Memotlante. We also pay our respect to you. Comrade Premier, I can see you on the ground. I didn't see you are in here because you are wearing overalls. So we pay respect to you. You also had an opportunity to work with Comrade Jessie. Re a leboga re ga tsamaye ka khotso ausi wa rona a cancer inkomo.
Let me just say, I was following instructions to read out the program as it is, and it said Mr. and not Comrade. So Comrade Paul, please stand here, and I call upon Comrade Mantash and Comrade Nomvula Mokanyani to please come up, remove the ANC flag, and hand it over to Comrade Paul that he can hand over to the family. Thank you.
Thanks, Tango. Mr. Mashatile, But sorry, Mom. Which one is Zoe? Eh? Which one is Zoe? The son must give it to Zoe. The one next to Cyril.
Yeah, the one next to Cyril.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. The President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, the family of the deceased, and all protocol observed. I am now going to call upon Sergeant Kanyata to lead the draping of the coffin with the South African national flag. Sergeant Kanyata.
And these are live visuals as the coffin is now being draped in the South African flag. We have been hearing from various speakers describing the late Jessie Duarte as a mother, grandmother, sister and aunt. And of course, to a lot of her ANC colleagues, she would have been a fellow comrade, as Paul Mashatile had described her. But to a lot of her family, including Zoe, who's her daughter, who really wrote that letter that was just talking about the suffering that she witnessed, when her mom was really going through a lot of pain at the time, but also Unati making sure that she shielded her family from seeing a lot of it.
In fact, her brother Zain read extracts of that letter written by Zoe. We saw her in the visuals there standing by President Cyril Ramaphosa just next to him. In fact, you're right, Bongi, just again talking about how bold she was and her strength, but at the same time, what a nurturer she was. Sentiments that were, of course, also echoed by Paul Mashatile when he took the stand, saying that, he didn't, in fact, know. She was that ill. He thought she was fatigued, she needed a little break. And in fact, in her letter, Zoe starts to describe how even through the pain, she kept a smile on her face. And even during that time, she shielded her pain from others and, sacrificed essentially her own well-being to make sure that others were taken care of. I mean, the ANC, in its statement and again in the obituary, described her as a matriarch and a pillar of strength, not only for the family itself, but also for the ANC itself. So a great loss there. And of course, speaker after speaker saying things that are exactly the same. Of course, also mentioning that she was a dynamite. She came in as a small package, but she was a dynamite. Paul Mashatile mentioning her relationship too with the media and how we obviously know, that relationship that she had, which was not always at the best of times, great. But somehow, you would move on, you'd bury the hatchet. And so on. She was feisty. Even before she went on sick leave, because she was with us, if you remember, Bongi, during the local government elections in November of 2021, she was there, in the IEC Centre at The Rock in Pretoria, of course, being very active, and not once could we tell that she was suffering internally.
And Unati, as we then go back to listening into that program, we'll bring you more after this. And of course, just a reminder there to the viewers that this is a special official funeral category 2 for Ambassador Jessie Duarte. Remember, she was the ambassador to Mozambique, at some point between 1999 and 2003. That is a position she occupied at the same time. In 2012, she then became the Deputy Secretary General of the ANC, a critical position, Unati, that has led to many describing her as an engine of the party, and certainly quite a lot of reflections are being made as far as her life, and some even talking about that smile, because you could see when she laughed, but when she really wasn't happy with something, you would know, as various journalists, including myself, at times when we would engage with her, you'd remember, and even she wouldn't shy away from taking the media to the ombudsman sometimes if she was not happy, with something that has been written, or sometimes she would challenge, even various individuals about their views, but quite a lot, being said as her family reflecting that they are celebrating her life. But you think of an ANC that says that it's now dipping its revolutionary banner in mourning of an activist, a feminist, a cultural worker, an internationalist, and a servant of the people.
And just on that point, of her being an internationalist, that's also very much echoed in her obituary. We will, in fact, talk about her role in the international arena a little bit later on. But let's take you now back to that program.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated.
The Duarte and Dango families, the President of the Republic, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President Motlanthe and Bosses Koko, the Premier, and the Premiers, I say one, there may be more. Members of Parliament, I saw the Speaker of Parliament, Umamu Mapisa Ngagula. Members of Parliament, I saw the Chair of the NCOP, Ministers, MECs, Mayors, Councillors, leaders of political parties, leaders of business, and all protocol observed. We are now just going to call upon the Premier of Gauteng, but maybe before I call upon the Premier of Gauteng, I just want to say something about Jessie, just one sentence. That we've said everything. We didn't say she had a keen sense of humor. And I want to read you something that she sent me when the regulations of COVID were lifted. And she sent me this message. And she, you know, she was already very sick then, but she sent me this message. I still have masks. The virus does not read the government gazette. So that was Jessie. So on that note, the Premier of Gauteng, the Honorable David Makura, over to you.
Amandla. Amandla. Thank you, comrades. I was reconfirming that the program directors are really chasing time. Thank you very much. I want to acknowledge the program directors, Ambassador Mohamed Dango and Minister Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. The Dango, Duarte and Weekly family, His Excellency, our President Cyril Ramaphosa, President Motlanthe and Mrs. Gugu Motlanthe, the leadership of the African National Congress, from the national officials, the National Executive Committee, the Provincial Executive Committee, led by the provincial officials, the leadership of the South African Communist Party, members of the diplomatic community gathered here to bid farewell to Ambassador Jessie Duarte, our religious leaders, comrades and friends. On behalf of the people and the government of our province, we convey our heartfelt condolences to the family on the passing of our first MEC for Community Safety and Security in Gauteng. The news of her passing reached me on a night that was a terrible one. We were out in the streets of Alexandra with MEC Faith Mazibuko and the police law enforcement agencies doing anti-crime operations, and were then called to come to the south of Johannesburg, Tembelihle, just next to Lenasia. On that site, 6 people were shot last night. 4 of them succumbed to gunshot wounds. We were working there doing the work that our first MEC would have taught everybody to do with law enforcement. We left there in Tembelihle at 2 o'clock, and by that time we were told there was another shooting at Mutswaledi, informal settlement near Diepkloof, where 8 people were shot. 1 of them passed on. The TG was running around looking for us. I want to say that what Comrade Jessie taught us is that even when it is very tough, we must fight on. The law enforcement agencies in this province have been facing this terrible trend of shootings. We know in Alexandra they have arrested people. In Soweto they will announce arrests in the coming week of those who did the shootings that happened there. 16 people died. We are confident they will also announce arrests in the course of this week of some of these incidents. Our country cannot be taken over by criminals. And I want to assure Comrade Jessie, as we bid farewell to him, to her, our first MEC for community safety, that we shall overcome, we shall win the war against crime. But I want to say 2 other things that were very, very close to Comrade Jessie's heart. So as the first MEC, she was in the front line of the battle against crime. But one thing you can't forget about Jessie Duarte was that she was very passionate about non-racialism. She was deeply, there was no discussion, many of you in the NEC, and I'm sure President, the official would say so. There was no time you will discuss about the ANC and she will not draw to our attention the fact that if not regressing, we are actually losing the battle against one of the fundamental principles that informed the struggle for freedom in our country, non-racialism. Even on that, TG, I want to say, as you said, there can be no retreat on that. As we talk about renewal, the work we do everywhere else, this fundamental question that Comrade Jessie would have wanted to be put in the forefront of everything we do, non-racialism is something we must continue to fight for. But Jessie was also, she was passionate about gender equality. Very, very passionate about gender equality. She was a feminist of a special kind. She wouldn't complete a discussion without talking about where the ANC is on women. Like she wouldn't complete a discussion about, but ANC, why are we moving in reverse on non-racialism? Extremely passionate about a non-sexist society, a non-racial society. The third thing she was passionate about, she wanted socioeconomic justice in our country. She wouldn't think we are having any serious discussion if we don't go to the root cause, to the foundational structural issues facing our country. So she was very central to the struggle about the transformation of our country up to that last moment. I want to conclude by speaking on behalf of a generation of students who were beneficiaries of that one work she did. You know, one thing about Jessie is that she crisscrossed every sector of struggle: women, trade unions, civics, youth. She worked with us as students. I'm one of those students, and one of the students sent me a message that, Premier, we know you are speaking as Premier, but please don't forget, Jessie was very central to, and with Keith Bingle and Dr. Bears Nodie, they mobilized huge resources for bursaries for many students throughout the country, students who went to study in the various campuses, and these were activists, essentially focusing on activists. And as we bid farewell to her, I want to thank her. I want to thank Comrade Jessie, our first MEC for community safety, our ambassador. I had an occasion when she invited me to Mozambique when she was the ambassador there. I had a very good time there with her, and she was introducing me to a lot of Frelimo people there. I want to say to her, Comrade Jessie, there's a generation of young people. They are no longer young anymore, I must confess. Okay, no longer too young anymore. A generation of young people who really deeply appreciate what you did for them. Working with Keith Bingle on Dr. Bears Nodie, you sent us to university. You mobilized resources to ensure that we study at those universities, but also we take up the cudgels for the struggle. So on behalf of those students, I want to thank you. And I know that I see many women activists. I don't know whether they are still activists, Sis Daphne. I see many who are sitting here who worked with Jessie left, right, and center. And she leaves this huge imprint in our country. We really, really appreciate what she did for our country. She was a great patriot. One thing I will miss is the phone calls that I had long, I don't know how many of you can't speak with Jessie for a short while. When there's a problem, I would have a long phone call at midnight. And you have to have enough time for her to take you all the troubles and the things you feel. And after that, she says, you know what? You are a good comrade. Comrade Jessie, you were a wonderful comrade, a great comrade. You are still a great comrade to many of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Comrade David, the Premier. Indeed, she was the best amongst us. She was the bravest amongst us. Yes, disciplined. But let me now call upon His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa.
Thank you. Let's be seated. Program Directors, Ambassador Dengo, and Minister Dlamini Zuma, the Duarte, Dengo, and Whitley families, President Kgalema Motlanthe and Megugu Motlanthe, former Premier of Gauteng, Mr. Tokyo Sexwale, the Premier of Gauteng, Dr. David Makura, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Nosiviwe Mapisa Nqakula, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ubaba Amos Masondo, the leadership of the African National Congress, as led here by the National Chairperson and the TG and members of the National Executive Committee, the leadership of the Alliance, as represented by the leaders of the SABC and COSATU, and leaders of the democratic movement, religious leaders who are here present, and business leaders, and comrades and friends who are here. We are gathered here in sorrow and in disbelief. Although our beloved comrade Jessie has been gravely ill for several months, as many of us know, it is difficult to comprehend that someone with such vitality and energy and spirit has departed from this earth and has been taken away from us. We all feel like she has been taken away from us before we all had an opportunity to say goodbye to her. As officials of the African National Congress, we had arranged to see her today at 2 p.m. And we had seen her a few months ago. And when we saw her then, we were encouraged by the progress that we thought she was making in dealing very bravely with her illness. This passing of Comrade Jessie today is a really sad moment for all of us. Earlier, the family, I did shed a tear because I remembered the conversations that she and I used to have, particularly about the place where we were born. I was born in Western Native Township, just a street across from where she was born in Nuclear. And we used to reminisce about playing in all those areas. We were separated by a main road. One area was meant for Africans and the other area was meant for coloreds. But we were glad that as we grew up and matured politically, joined the Black Consciousness movement, and then finally the Congress movement, we were united in our determination to work together to bring an end to the horror of apartheid. I think we should use this moment not so much to mourn Comrade Jessie Duarte, but to celebrate her hugely impactful life, as we have heard. Comrade Jessie was a faithful, dedicated, and fiercely loyal leader of the African National Congress. It is difficult to imagine the ANC without our beloved Deputy Secretary General, and to think that we will never again hear her voice and her humorous laughter carrying down the corridors of Luthuli House. For close on to 10 years, she served as the ANC's Deputy Secretary General. For 25 years, she served on the National Executive Committee of the African National Congress. And from the years of her youth to her final days, she served the people of South Africa with distinction, with dedication, with humility, and with passion. And that is why it was a fairly straightforward and easy decision for me as President of the Republic to declare that she should have an official funeral today. And I'm rather pleased, Premier Makura, that the Gauteng government was able to organize this funeral within hours so that we can give her the dignified and decent send-off that we are giving her today. And I also want to thank the family for being cooperative and working with our staff in the presidency as well as at the Premier's level to enable this send-off to be as dignified as it is. Comrade Jessie worked alongside great leaders of our struggle. She learned the politics of liberation from leaders such as Umama or Albertina Sisulu, and leaders such as Umbey, Beyers Nodie, as well as Madiba. From them, she imbibed the qualities of revolutionary leadership, qualities that she was to demonstrate in every position that she occupied. Somehow, despite the great qualities that she has learned from various revolutionary leaders, she found a way to mix those qualities with her own dynamism, her own inherent, vibrant, and dynamic nature enabled her to bring about a wonderful mix of the qualities she was taught and her natural talent as a leader. As we worked with her, some of us got to realize the truism in the saying that dynamite comes in small packages. Comrade Jessie was the typical and the quintessential dynamite. She was small, she was short, but she was also well packaged as a small revolutionary dynamite. She had qualities that she was able to pass on to others, as we have heard, to students and many other people that she worked with. Throughout her life, Comrade Jessie was a dynamic organizer. She was an organizer of women, and she was also a great feminist. As the secretary of the Federation of Transvaal Women, FETRO, she was part of building and leading a powerful women's movement that directly challenged the oppression of black women and shook the foundations of the apartheid state. She mobilized women across the country to resist the restrictions imposed upon them by a racist and sexist political system and a patriarchal society. Like the generations that had come before, like the defiant women who burnt their passes in 1913, like the defiant 20,000 women who marched on the Union buildings in 1956, Comrade Jessie was determined that women should occupy their rightful place in the struggle for national liberation. I often derive a great deal of joy when we have visiting heads of state, when we take them to the Union buildings and I show them what Imbokodo really means. There is a representation of the stone that looks like a calabash with another stone on top of it that celebrates and represents the Women's March, 20,000 women in 1956. And we have inscribed the slogans and the constitutional principles that underpinned the March of the Women in 1956. So in remembering Comrade Jessie, that representation of the Imbokodo at the Union buildings came to mind. We remember her immense contribution to the hearings of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission on the experience of women who were detained in apartheid jails. We remember the courage with which she spoke against the abuse of women, not just by the apartheid security forces, but within the ranks of our liberation movement and also the abuse of women generally in the country. Even in the democratic era, Comrade Jessie was relentless in advancing the position of women in all areas of public and private life. She confronted the patriarchal attitudes and practices that sought to diminish the role and contribution of women in parliament, in government, and across society as a whole. She did not hesitate to confront inadequate representation of women in the structures of the African National Congress itself. Comrade Jessie was also an organizer of workers, as we have heard. Her involvement in the mobilization of domestic workers was part of a lifelong commitment to the struggles of the working class. When the great miners' strike of 1987 took place, she was one amongst many in our community who organized themselves as part of the strike committee that was there to assist the 340,000 mine workers who went on strike for 21 days. As we heard, Comrade Jessie was also an organizer of writers. Her role in the formation of the Congress of South African Writers and her work for Raven Press revealed not only her love for literature, but also her conviction that writing, art, and culture serve as a powerful instrument of empowerment and liberation. Comrade Jessie said last year she was looking forward to writing books during her retirement. It is our ardent wish that the family should find time to publish some of the work that she has produced so that future generations may draw inspiration from the record of a fine activist. Comrade Jessie was an outstanding and gifted organizer of activists, working closely with Madiba, alongside Comrade Frini Junwala and Comrade Barbara Masikela in Comrade Mandela's office. She firmly believed that people are their own liberators, as Madiba believed. She was never content to remain closeted in an office, to sit on a stage, or to direct the struggle from the comfort of a boardroom. Mama Albertina Sisulu taught her that a good leader should always be among the people, in the community, in the front line, in homes, in the pathways of our rural areas, and in the streets of our towns and townships. Wherever there was suffering, where families were mourning, where students were organizing, you would find Comrade Jessie. You'd find her there offering comfort, offering hope and encouragement. Comrades have remarked that whenever Comrade Jessie entered a room where people were mourning, she was able to immediately comfort those in pain with her kind and encouraging words. She was gracious, compassionate, and always kind. She was always there, teaching, organizing, and mobilizing. Comrade Jessie never missed a beat. She was on top of every issue. She did lead with distinction, and she always made her voice heard. To whomever she had to speak, whether it was Madiba, whether it was Walter Sisulu, even as she disagreed with positions that had been taken, she would always be speaking out. It was a matter of great distress to her that she felt that the movement to which she had dedicated her life had grown distant from the people they were given the responsibility to serve. She was continuously pained by what she perceived as a move away from the non-racialism principle that had been the foundation on which the African National Congress was built. She felt that we were not laying enough emphasis on promoting and advancing non-racialism in our country. This is a deficiency that we are now called upon to remedy. Drawing on her example, we should, as leaders and activists, humble ourselves before our people and correct some of those issues that Comrade Jessie was pained by. We are called upon to restore the values of our constitution and our movement. We must take up the concerns and champion the interests of the people of this country, particularly the workers, the poor, and the vulnerable. Above all, we need to work together with the people to improve their lives and to transform our society. As we heard Comrade Makura saying, one of the key issues that troubled Comrade Jessie was the socio-economic position and suffering of many of our people. The inequality and the poverty that continues in our country troubled her. Comrades and friends, the Holy Quran says, stand firmly for justice, even if it is against yourselves, against your parents, against your kin, against rich or poor. Jessie Duarte's sense of justice was keen. Her sympathies for the poor, the vulnerable, the destitute, and the marginalized ran deep. She had empathy and was able to walk in other people's shoes and see through their eyes. It is this that enabled her to see the suffering of our people and empathize with them. She took up their cause and stood firm on her own principles, even when her stance attracted criticism or even personal attack. She was a champion of the oppressed everywhere. She will forever be remembered for the commitment to the cause of people, the people of Palestine, the people of Western Sahara, and indeed championing the cause of ending the boycott or the embargo against the Cuban people. And she will forever be remembered for keeping these issues alive in South Africa and in the minds of our people. Comrade Jessie indeed had great courage. She was at the forefront of the fight against the apartheid state at the height of its most cruel and oppressive stage. Who can forget the power of her intervention during the inquest into the death of Ahmed Timol 5 years ago, when she exposed the lies of the security branch, telling the world what she and her family had witnessed and endured at their cruel hands. She also had the courage to speak out honestly and directly about the abuses and destructive tendencies she saw within her movement and within democratic governance. At a time like this, our nation needs more people of her courage and consciousness. Our nation calls out for people who are not afraid to confront wrongdoing and to speak hard truths. Our nation calls out for people who will, even in the face of severe resistance, champion the values of honesty, integrity, selflessness, and service to the people of our country. But another wonderful attribute that we will remember Comrade Jessie for is that she was a unifier. She spent many hours and kilometers traveling around the country at great cost to her own health on uniting the movement. She was a great leader and also very good at the administrative leadership of the Secretary General's office. She wanted a united ANC, and she worked very hard to unite the branches of the ANC in all its structures. But she was also actively involved where she saw weaknesses in Congress movement entities such as COSATU, as well as the party. She embodied a politics that was neither divisive, mean, nor small. Her politics were empowering and unifying. She understood the immense power of a united people and a united movement as well. There was no difficulty, and indeed there was no challenge that could not be overcome by a people united in purpose and action in Comrade Jessie's views. And so she fought against factionalism and disunity. She stood firm against those who would sow division, who were only interested in personal advancement, who pursued narrow interests, and who also neglected the needs of our people. I think we should, in her memory, and in following her example, strive even harder for unity. Let us build a united nation and a united movement founded on the principles of our Constitution. And I think all of us will agree that Comrade Jessie, lying here, has run her race. Our nation's thoughts and prayers are with Comrade Jessie's family at this very difficult time. The nation does share in your grief. The Dango family, the Whitley family, we share in your grief, and the Duarte family. May you be comforted by the knowledge that the life of this great patriot has inspired many that she worked with, and her contribution will never be forgotten. May we all strive to honor her life by doing everything within our means, sparing neither strength nor courage, to achieve the free and united and equal society for which she so gallantly fought. May her soul rest in eternal peace. Comrade Jessie, we say to you, hamba kahle, mkhonto wesizwe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, would like to call upon the Muslim and the Christian who are going to do the prayers. Jessie was a unifier. She wanted both the Muslim and the Christian prayer. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. I will first translate what I'm going to read in Arabic, so that for the benefit all of us that are here. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. All praise belongs to Allah, the Rabb, the cherisher, the creator, the sustainer of the universe, who is the most compassionate, the most merciful, the master of the day of judgment. You alone do we worship, and you alone do we seek help from. Guide us onto the straight path, the path of whom those you have favored, and not the path of those with whom you are angry, nor the path of those who have gone astray. O Allah, forgive the living and the dead amongst us, and those who are present and those who are absent, and the young and the old, and the male and the female. O Allah, whom you grant life amongst us, keep him alive with faith, and whom you cause to die, grant him death upon faith. Amin. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم اغفر لحينا وميتنا وشاهدنا وغائبنا وصغيرنا وكبيرنا وذكرنا وأنثانا اللهم من أحييته منا فأحيه على الإسلام ومن توفيته منا فتوفه على الإيمان قال الله تعالى في شان حبيب إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما اللهم صل على سيدنا ونبينا ومولانا محمد وبارك وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Good afternoon, my dear brothers and sisters in faith and belief. I also want to take this opportunity to convey our sincere condolences to you as a family. May our loving Father also grant you what is needed to you during this time of bereavement. We had the opportunity also to visit Auntie Jessie, and also, like many have said, her door was always open and she warmly welcomed us into her home where we could sit and also speak to her. We are truly grateful, and it's a great honor for us to stand here today and also share a prayer with you. So I ask you please all just to bow your heads in prayer, please. Our dearest, loving, kind and merciful Father, we do thank Thee this afternoon that we can come to You, Lord, the one who is the giver of life. You are the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. And Lord, You give life. And Lord, in this instance, You have intervened, Father, and You've taken a loved one, Father, from a dear family. Lord, You know the wonderful gift that You have bestowed upon us as Your people, to a family, a mother, a sister, one who has, Father, treasured communities. And Lord, we thank You for this wonderful gift. And this that You have implanted into Auntie Jessie, Father, the love, the skill, the dedication and commitment, Lord. Lord, this has filtered down to many, especially this dear family. Father, in it's time like this of bereavement where we come to You, Lord, and we ask You, Father, that You may comfort each and every one, Father, that is going through this difficult time. We look up unto You, and we ask You, Lord, please, may You strengthen this dear family during this time. Father, and we know that as You have now, Father, intervened, and Lord, have placed Auntie Jessie into a realm, Lord, which is known to You, Father, and we thank You, and we know that You will safeguard, Lord, and we know Your mercy is endless, Father, beyond this world. Your grace and mercy goes beyond this that we know. And Father, may You grant unto her what is needed, Father, also. Lord, please be with this family during this time. We come this and we humbly ask it in Your Son's name. Amen.
Thank you very much. We'll hand over to the police. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now call upon Chaplain Mashiane to lead us with this sermon. Chaplain.
To the President of the Republic of South Africa, the former President, to the management and the families of our late sister Duarte, there is only one message that we can leave to the family. When you read Psalm 23, I think it's the message that will comfort you, the family, and the friends, and to the community where our sister was living. It says, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." That is a message that we want to leave to you, that you are not alone in these difficult times. Then I will also say that as the family, you are sitting there, asking yourself a lot of questions. You say that in the chair that you are sitting on, then you just feel that you cannot even fall. Then this is how God is carrying you in this difficult time that we have. There is a message that I like the most, that in times like this, it says a footprint. Then, Lord, in the time that I needed you the most, that where were you? Then the answer is, my child, I am the one who is carrying you. Even now, God is carrying you. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. I will now call upon Sergeant Kanyata to come and undress the South African national flag and hand it over to Major General Tema of the South African Police Service, who will then hand it over to the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency, Mr. President Cyril Ramaphosa, and to be received by the Chief Mourners. And this will bring us to the end of the official funeral.
Well, that concludes the official part of the special official funeral category 2 of Yasmin Jessie Duarte. As you see there, live visuals there from the cemetery. Earlier on, President Cyril Ramaphosa delivered the eulogy, saying while it was known she was ill, the news of her death was sudden and sad. In fact, saying that he and together with several delegates from the ANC were expected to meet with Jessie Duarte today at 2 p.m. But as you know, she sadly passed away in the early hours of this morning. President Cyril Ramaphosa continuing to say it is difficult to imagine the ANC without our beloved DSG. And earlier on, sentiments basically generally describing her, Bongi, as a dynamite, a tough and fierce activist. In fact, many people still speaking about, the speech that was made by her brother, Zayn, who read an extract earlier on from Jessie Duarte's daughter, Zoe, which again highlighted the kind of person that she was, a nurturer, a strong person who really cared for others and not necessarily for herself. We earlier also heard from Treasurer General Paul Mashatile. We also heard from the Premier of Gauteng talking about the news of Jessie Duarte coming at a very difficult time, even for the country as it battles, several problems and challenges, speaking about her as the first MEC for community safety in Gauteng, passionate about non-racialism, socio-economic issues, and so on. There we see there the flag being handed over. President Cyril Ramaphosa handing over the South African flag to the family of Jessie Duarte, of course, a symbolic gesture from the president, given also the kind of funeral this is, a special official funeral, Category 2.
Can I call upon Kari Sida just to come and actually set out how the Muslim rites prayers will now take place? Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. The procedure is very simple. We will carry the coffin to a dedicated place, which is just behind this marquee, and we will read a prayer which is called Janazah Salah, which is a prayer where we will say Allahu Akbar, Almighty is the greatest. Salutations upon the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace be upon him, and peace be upon Abraham and his family. Then we will say Allahu Akbar, the very same prayer that I read, Allahumma ighfir li hayyina wa mayyitina, all those who are alive, who are dead, all those that are young, they are old, male and female. Then we will say Allahu Akbar again, and then we complete that prayer, which will take about 2 or 3 minutes. Thereafter, we would ask everybody to stand back a little bit for a few moments. We will give the right to the immediate family to take the coffin to the graveside. And in Islam, in Sharia, woman's dignity is of utmost importance, so we would want the immediate family to lower the body into the grave until a certain point that it is covered. Thereafter, the marquee that is there, we will open the sides. Everybody will be given the opportunity of filling and putting sand on the grave. So it's a very simple procedure. We would ask the members of the community and the Muslim community and members of the funeral organizing committee to please come forward and take the janazah for Janazah Salah. Thank you.
wait for them.
Just put it, Those brothers who are participating in the Janazah Namaz, please make a serve here in the front. Yeah. Let us stand shoulder to shoulder. Let us make a serve here. Is it straight? Or is it right?
You know what? If we got enough,
1 minute. We will stand at an angle. We will stand at an angle. Please. We will stand at an angle. Yeah, okay. I must be in line with the chest. Right, okay. Just leave it there. It's okay. Why can we make this serve straight? Please.
Come a bit forward there. Just straighten and serve.
A relative of the late Jessie Duarte.
الصلاة على هذه الميتة القادرة صلاة رحمكم الله صلاة لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. الفاتحة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. اللهم اغفر لها وارحمها وارض عنها وتقبل منها. اللهم اجعل قبرها روضة من رياض الجنة ولا تجعل قبرها حفرة من حفر النيران برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم وسع مدخلها واغسلها بالماء والثلج والبرد ونقها من الذنوب والخطايا كما ينقى الثوب الأبيض من الدنس. اللهم أبدلها دارا خيرا من دارها وأهلا خيرا من أهلها. اللهم لا تحرمنا اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وأصحابه وبارك وسلم. دعواهم فيها سبحانك اللهم وتحيتهم فيها السلام وآخر دعواهم الحمد لله رب العالمين.
Yasmin Duarte carrying a coffin now towards a final resting place. Without fearing that the late Jessie Duarte will be taken
And these are visuals that are coming to live from the West Park Cemetery. It is the funeral service of Jessie Duarte. Of course, she was at the time even of her death the Deputy Secretary General of the ANC. A very difficult day, even the family describing just what she meant to them, who she was outside, of the political space. Because a lot of the time today, we've been hearing a lot more from, political leaders and some of her colleagues within the ANC. And now the family talking about Zoe, for example, her daughter, talking about the difficulties that she's had, even watching her mother, being at her side, watched her day and night as she lost weight, and she wanted space during some of the difficult moments because she didn't want her family to see the pain that she was going through at the time. And her brother, Zayn Dengo, saying that this was the true Jessie, who always wanted to put others first and wanted to make sure that they are always okay, even before her own needs. So quite a lot that the family has had to reflect on. And as we keep these visuals, we're looking at these live visuals now. We do have a team that is standing by at the West Park Cemetery, and that's where our co-anchor Vuyo Mvogo is standing by. Now, Vuyo, it's been a very difficult day. I mean, you're looking at the ANC. They talk about the difficulties that they are, going through right now, given this passing, dipping, they say they're dipping in their revolutionary banners in mourning of a woman they describe as an activist, a feminist, a cultural worker. At the same time, you listen to a family that is also in pain at losing a loved one.
Well, Bongiwe, I have with me Amin Minty, who is responsible for this graveyard. I mean, quickly, if you can tell us what is going to happen now, right now.
The body is now taken, and it will be taken into the tent area, and the immediate family, that is the nephews, brothers, anybody, male person, would go into the grave, 4 of them. And also the closest family would then lift the body up, and the body would be lowered into the grave. And when you lower the body into the grave, the body is facing towards Mecca, okay? And there's 3 cords that you loosen up, and the body is tilted, and the person faces Mecca. When the person faces Mecca, that's it. Basically, after that, you take a piece of wood, and the wood is put right across the grave at an angle. So you actually close the body with the piece of wood, all right? And once the planks are put across, you take a hand shovel and you fill the grave. And then basically after that, you lead a little short prayer for everyone, and that's basically it. It's very simple. It's not difficult. What happens is basically you put into calico. So that's all what you go back with. It doesn't matter whether you're the prime minister, whether you are a millionaire, or whether you're a billionaire. Everybody goes in the same way. There is no different coffin for who you are. Everybody is the same. Okay.
Who is allowed there right now where her body is?
Well, everybody is allowed in a sense, but the people that go down is the very immediate family that is allowed. The point is they can actually touch her in a sense, and that's the reason they go down. Nobody else is really, unless there is nobody available. But when I say immediate family, I mean nephews, brothers, people like that, okay? Uncles, they can go down, and they will then get the body, and it will be lowered, and it will be put down, okay? And that's it, basically.
And that'll be it.
That's it. It's very, very simple. It's nothing really to do with anything or anything else. And Islam is very simple and very easy, okay?
Thank you very much. Amen Menti, of course, explaining what is currently happening, Bongiwe. And of course, as he just said, once that particular ceremony is done in a couple of minutes' time, that'll be the end of the funeral service. Bongiwe?
And Vuyo, one of the things that we've also heard, even coming through very, very strongly, was that this is going to be a very short part of the service, Vuyo, because the ANC says that it is going to hold its own memorial service on Thursday, and we do know that the party has also, now said that there's going to be a week of mourning.
Indeed. In fact, one of the organizers of that memorial service was talking to her a little earlier when Ramaphosa saying, well, already preparations are underway for Thursday because they want to honor her in the best way possible. So over the next couple of days, they're going to put a great deal of effort in ensuring that that memorial happens on Thursday and does indeed, is a proper representation of who Jessie Duarte was. So we'll see over the next couple of days as they brief us about what's going to happen on Thursday.
And Vuyo, as we're watching these live visuals then coming to us from the West Park Cemetery, let's talk about those that are in attendance today and the things that have been said. I mean, you're thinking about Paul Mashatile, for example, who talks about the void that is now left in the ANC, and the president who says that they had not even expected that at this moment they were going to be dealing with this, and some have even said that it's going to be a different road to conference.
Yes, indeed. I mean, though she was sick and has been off for quite a while, everyone was hoping that she would get better and would indeed be able to get back to work in the shortest possible time. Of course, that was not to be. A hard worker she was. I mean, a lot of people had differences with her because she was feisty. She was a very strong character. She stood her ground no matter what. In fact, earlier with our colleague Samkele Maseko, we were talking. I still remember the day when she gave her that title, of a Lord. I was in that briefing, and I remember the conversations we were having soon thereafter, because at the time I was, in my capacity as Samkele's boss at the time, I had to deal with that matter. It was a big one, and she stood her ground, even though we differed with her, obviously, about how she treated him during that particular briefing. But she stood her ground, saying, she felt the need to address, the issue at the time. But when all that was done, she was, was back on speaking terms, and life continued as it were. She didn't really hold any grudge, but she wasn't prepared to back off because she was convinced in her own mind that what she did was what had to be done. So people will remember her for that. In fact, that briefing took place a couple of days after the National Executive Committee meeting of the the NEC meeting of the ANC. And what was interesting was that she didn't even want to address that particular briefing, but she was given the task because at the time there was a story doing the rounds about Ace Magashule. So the ANC's communications desk felt that the briefing would be hijacked, so to speak. In other words, would be taken over by Ace Magashule's issues, and the NEC, the outcomes of the NEC meeting would take a back seat. So she was then tasked with actually, hosting that particular briefing. And interestingly, her position, we know that the ANC, people differ at those meetings. So she was part of the group within the NEC whose view was in fact defeated. And there she was, having to articulate the view that she didn't agree with. But of course it was, they were defeated at that NEC meeting. So she came to that briefing, not a happy person in an event. And I remember raising this with her, saying, no, I think you overreacted to some girls' questions, precisely because, you had to stand there and, articulate a position that you perhaps didn't disagree. I said, no, that was not the case, because the National Executive Committee meeting of the NEC had taken a position irrespective of the position I held, and that's what I was going to articulate. So that was not the reason I reacted the way we did. But hey, that was Jessie Duarte. Stood her ground, but when called upon to actually articulate even positions that she didn't agree with, she had to stand there and do exactly that. And even though we differed with her, I said, look, you were not supposed to deal with Samkele Maseko the way you did. She said, no, she was, So she was the point I'm making, feisty, but sticking to her ground and never afraid to speak her mind or do what she felt needed to be done, irrespective of what the other person may think. And of course, that didn't mean that you were going to be enemies forever. She continued to speak to Samkele Maseko and all the journalists who, from time to time, that she has actually differed with.
And Vuyo, I'd like to at this time ask you to hold on for now, and we speak then to Professor Bheki Mngomezulu, who also joins us as we still stay on these live visuals. Now, Prof, one of the things that Vuyo talks about is her standing her ground. She was feisty, and some have described her as the engine of the ANC. At the same time, she did come under fire. We remember when, she had to be the one that suspends the now suspended Secretary General Ace Magashule. Some said her taking this decision was a betrayal, while others had said that she was in fact showing that it didn't matter who you were, the ANC needed to do what it needed to do according to the rules. And I remember at some point her saying that I'm not confused, I'm doing exactly what needs to take place. Let's talk about that part of her legacy, because a lot of people continue to talk about, you know, how she continued, regardless of who you were, she stood her ground.
No, thank you very much for that question. And in fact, it's one of the most important questions. And it comes at a time when we are celebrating the late President Nelson Mandela, who in fact assisted not just the organization, the ANC, but also assisted the country in many respects. And now we're talking about Jessie Duarte, and there are very few people like her, to be honest. And I regret the fact that she had to pass on just before the ANC's elective conference, where you need people with a backbone. And Jessie Duarte was one of those people. One, she loved the ANC passionately, but then secondly, she was disciplined. And then thirdly, she had a backbone. And we don't have too many leaders with those kind of qualities. We have leaders who move with the flow, as it were. You'll find them singing this tune today, and then they sing the other tune tomorrow. Coming to the issue that you are mentioning, or the instance that you are mentioning, she had her own views as to how the issue of Esma Khashoggi was supposed to have been handled. But then, of course, in a democratic order, simple majority means that even if you hold a different opinion, once there's been a deliberation and the opinion was defeated, you then have to abide by what everybody else has agreed to. And then if you are called upon to make the announcement, you don't second guess what others have said. You just go there and deliver the message, because that is a collective responsibility, which then speaks to the point I've been mentioning in a couple of weeks, including a piece that I penned today, which will come in a few weeks' time, and a few days' time, in fact, saying that in situations like this, when you have trying times, that is when real leaders emerge. If you are not a real leader and you become a leader by default, it shows in times like this when you are supposed to toe the line and say, am I going to represent my own interest, or am I going to represent the interests of the organization that I'm a party of? So in this case, Jessie Duarte then did exactly that, because she knew what needed to be done, but then the majority of the people in the NEC, as we were saying, had a different opinion. Then she had to take a stance. With Esma Khashoggi having been suspended, then she basically held the reins as the doing the work of the SG, so to speak. And then she had to take a firm position. In that position, whether she was acting or she was on a full-time basis, she knew what the rules were, and she had to abide by those rules. And we need such people.
And Prof, when one thinks about the conference and listening to what you're saying, it's likely to be a difficult road ahead, is it not? Especially when we look at what has been at play. You look at some of the conferences that we've seen, the regional ones, they've been battling to even adopt credentials, an issue that some say that, the SGO's office would have been so critical when it comes to really putting to bed. And now you're inching closer towards the conference in December. Some say that she would have been needed a great deal here as well.
No, I agree entirely. For the points that I've just mentioned, that she was a shrewd leader, but then she knew what the policies of the ANC are, and she also knew what the constitution of the ANC says. And then she would make sure that she articulates that constitution or the party position the best way she could. Right now, we are going to the elective conference, as we have said, but we are starting off with the policy conference this month. And we are going to miss her as a country watching the policy conference, because some of the leaders are not as strong as she was, are not as firm as she was, are not also as reliable as she was. Because truth be told, we have very few leaders we can count on. In her, we would find a leader who understood what needed to be done, and then once she had taken a position, she would try by all means to defend that position and convince as many people as possible. But in the event that she emerged, in fact, the loser, she would accept whatever the decision was that had been taken. Now, before we go to the December elective conference, we are going to miss her in the policy conference, because then you will find the people agreeing on a policy position when in fact it's clear that policy position doesn't make sense. And there will be people who will be reluctant to raise their voice because they are worried about the elective conference, that maybe if I disagree with so and so, then I don't stand a chance in December, because it's more about positions than about the party and about the country. And that is why I'm saying that her disappearance at this stage is in fact a great loss, not just to the ANC, but to the country as a whole.
And Prof, just a short while ago, as we were in conversation, we saw various leaders of the ANC as, they were, paying their respects and throwing in this, the scent there as they were, walking past her grave. What reflections are they supposed to be making right now as various leaders of the ANC at this particular moment?
In fact, coincidentally, the piece that I'll just refer to that I finished about an hour ago, I was saying that if ANC delegates go to the ANC conference and then eventually they go to the elective conference, they must do what they are supposed to be doing right now when they walk past her coffin. That is to say, here is a leader who has passed on, and she's revered by a number of us for the work that she has done for the country and for the ANC as an organization. If I were to die today, how will I be remembered? I think that is the critical question that all the ANC leaders should be asking themselves at the moment, that if I were to be the one in that coffin, what were people going to say about me? And if they were going to say right things about me, will they be telling the truth, or will they just be convincing others that here is a comrade who has passed on, and to avoid maybe giving a bad name, let us try to cover whatever wrong the person had done? Because you are as good as what you did while you were alive. So whatever we do right now is going to be our witness once we are gone. In this case, Jessie Duarte did all she could while she was alive, and we have heard Vuyomvogo, for example, identifying some issues or some instances where things did not go well. But then, because she was a leader that she didn't hold any grudge against anyone, because she held a view and she articulated a view, and then she stood by it. And then she would be ready to explain to you why she took a particular position. The same cannot be said about a number of our leaders who, when cornered, they will in fact get angry, and then some will start colluding against you, and then before you know it, some of them will be eliminated. And that is not the kind of leaders that we want. So in this case, to answer your question, I think and I hope that all the leaders that walked past that grave were in fact not just looking at Jessie Duarte who has passed on, but they were doing a reflection on themselves as to how they would be remembered if they were to disappear any time from now. Will the same thing happen, or would something different total happen?
And some, of course, even taking back, as you take us back to moments, as Vuyo says, during her run-ins with the media, some even saying that she was, describing her as a bully. And as you say that, even in those moments when Vuyo says you may have difficulties with her, but she never stood angry at you forever. There were also other, moments where things were not so favorable. I mean, you think about her time as the MEC of Safety and Security, and, there were also allegations there when it comes to the misuse of public funds. There was also that accident as well. That also then became another big issue. And then you look at fast forward state capture, you're seeing that even at some point where she took, also speaking openly to say that, her son-in-law, in fact, should have never taken, a job in the then, Minister of Finance, Des Van Rooyen's office. So those were things others are saying as we reflect, Prof, that this is what makes up her legacy, whether it was, one to be frowned upon at a time or one to be celebrated.
Indeed, my sister, indeed, because if you are a leader, first of all, you must have a thick skin. I remember during the 2021 local government election, one of the aspiring leaders, in fact, had an issue with me when I said to him, if you don't have a thick skin, forget about politics. I even cited the former President Zuma. I said, if you saw what was happening to the former president in Parliament and in other forums, she would in fact stand his ground and then laugh it off instead of fighting back. Once then he had thought about the response, he would then give a response. So Jessie Duarte then is the kind of a person who would not look at you, but to look at what you had done. Like the example we are citing, we're talking about a blood relative who has done something that she disapproved of. And in this case, she didn't say, because this one is my blood relative, I must then support him no matter what, because that would have been uncharacteristic of her. With other leaders, something different would have happened, because they would say, because this one is my son, this one is my nephew, then I'm going to defend him with all I have, which is then not the kind of a leader that you would want to lead an organization or to lead a country. So in this case, I think that there are many lessons to be drawn, and I'm glad that almost all the politicians who were afforded an opportunity to talk at this funeral, they cited a number of instances where Jessie Duarte demonstrated her leadership skills. And then I'm thinking and hoping that while they were saying that about her, they were also thinking about themselves if the same would also apply. Because if you have a blood relative, I can cite some examples, but I'll not do it now. I could cite some examples where some leaders had their relatives doing things that were not right, and instead of reprimanding them, they would in fact defend them, hire lawyers, do all sorts of things, and then still want to be our leaders. And then we ask ourselves the question, did they think about us when they were doing that, or did they only think about themselves? So those are the kinds of questions that arise when you reflect on Jessie Duarte.
All right, Prof, let's leave it there with you for now. Thank you so much for those reflections, and I'm certain these are reflections that will continue throughout the course of the week. And, you know, even one of the many roles that was played by Jessie Duarte was that she was the ambassador to Mozambique between 1999 and 2003, and that is one of the conversations that my colleague Unati is about to have with Dr. Charles Sinkala.
Well, thank you very much, Bongiwe, and that is absolutely correct. As we continue to get reaction following the death of Jessie Duarte, we are now joined here in studio by international relations analyst Dr. Charles Sinkala to weigh in on the role that the ANC's DSG played in the African continent, and of course her role as the former South African ambassador to Mozambique, as Bongiwe said. Well, a very good afternoon to you, Dr. Sinkala, and thank you so much for joining us here in studio. Of course, you know, as per the ANC statement, you know, following the death of Jessie Duarte, they said this is, of course, not just a loss for the ANC, but also for the South African, you know, public, but also for the international public as well, particularly the African continent. Let's talk then about her role as High Commissioner, South Africa's High Commissioner to Mozambique, you know, at a pivotal time when the two countries really needed to strengthen their ties. And of course, this was the years 1999 to 2003.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me to share this wonderful day. We celebrate her life today. I'd like also firstly to start with to pass my condolences to the family. I know the brother very well, Mr. Dango. We stayed together at Akasha in Cape Town when I was advisor for politics and international relations in Cape Town, and it's a sad day indeed that you know, such a soul has been lost. Yes, of course, the ANC has extended to say that it's a loss to the ANC itself and the South Africans, but as well as, look, Africa is one for all of us who are in Africa, irregardless of the country that you are in, and as well as those who are in diaspora. Jessie was quite a very influential woman, you know, especially at a time that, you know, it was not fashionable for a woman from a minority to support the ANC struggle. And as well, she has also inspired a lot of young African politicians, not only from the South African side, but as well as from the whole continent. Many and more women are entering into politics to participate. You know, for the fact that she was a diplomat, you know, once one is a diplomat, they will forever be addressed as an excellence as a diplomat. Yes, she played a very pivotal role into the relations between South Africa Mozambique. And, as a diplomat, it's not only the two countries that you're charged in. On an international space, it is quite vast. As per Vienna Conference 1961 identifies that the participation of the practice of the diplomats has to be of that inclusive, and as well as that is how now the process of her representing not only South Africa, but as well she put the South African country and the South Africans themselves into a larger group where she participated in different aspects of negotiations, as well as she also participated as Pan-African Parliament to represent and see how better the world will be, especially South Africa being the young democracy past just 1994.
And I would imagine that her time as the Deputy Director General at the Department of International Relations, and Cooperation was also pivotal, because we know, she had a very significant role too as it related to the African Union. Of course, we know that she also played a very crucial role in where we saw, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma being elected the AU chair at the time. Talk to us about then, just the extension of that role, playing a very also important role in the Department of International Relations.
I think, she was a very valuable, individual. She was selfless, she represented her rights at DECO, and many of them has actually showed quite a discouraging disappointment, for her passing this morning. But look, she was involved in all aspects of international relations, and she fully understood. And I think part of the roles that she rose through the ANC itself, it is because of her exposure. And she participated in the formulating of international policies, that South Africa now enjoys. And, we can only look backwards and say, well done for the work that you've done. The question is, how we do like ourselves as people, looking at the unity, especially from the ANC side, which has now been affected dearly. We thought that them having no Secretary General, that she will put up the space to make the ANC to re-energize itself from the disparities that it is going through. But again, she was faced with some sicknesses from November last year, which has also contributed. I could hear from the background this morning that even the Treasurer General of the ANC, Paul Mashatile, mentioned that this is a very bad loss to the ANC itself. The four individuals from the top six who was running the ANC, now those legs, one leg has also been lost. So essentially it is Paul Mashatile who's been left now on the top six, because if you look at the president, he has his responsibility of the country. If you look at the chairperson of the ANC, he's got his role as well as a minister of mineral resources from the South Africa side. So it is indeed a great loss.
And one of the most, significant things that she also contributed in was, fighting for women and children, the causes thereof, not only in South Africa. I mean, that fight extended internationally, as you say. We know that, she was committed to the cause of people of Palestine. She also, significantly talked about, the West Saharan and against the Cuban blockade, remaining unwavering there. And of course, it is a disappointment that, this is a fight that needs to continue, and it needs to be, of course, channeled by a woman as strong as Jessie Duarte. But then again, therein lies that gap in somebody like her fighting that cause.
Yes, indeed. She was blessed, during President Nelson Mandela, she was actually an advisor to Nelson Mandela. And if you talk about her contribution, and I think she must have been reading the memos from President Mandela, the late, may his soul rest in peace. And that's how she conducted herself, and mainly on the international space, except that some of the bilateral, multilateral delegations who has been sent either to Mozambique, to Lesotho, to Zambia, Angola, and many other conflicting nations, including outside the continent. She was involved into negotiations, especially Zimbabwe next to us here. If you remember when the ANC had to decide to go and speak to the ZANU-PF, she was part of that delegations to making sure that some of these issues, they are addressed amicably.
Dr. Charles Singala, thank you so much for coming and just basically giving us, just your viewpoints in terms of what a significant loss this is, not only for South Africa, but for the international space as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for the invitation.
Over to you, Bongi.
Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Dr. Naledi Pandor, shared her condolences following the passing of ANC Deputy Secretary General Jessie Duarte. Let's hear what she had to say.
We wish to send our deepest condolences to her family and to ask that the Almighty receives her with mercy and grace. She's a sad loss for our country and for our political system in South Africa. She made an immense contribution as a freedom fighter, as a leader within the liberation movement, and as a woman who fought for freedom and in particular for the rights of women and for diversity in South Africa. May her gracious soul rest in peace.
At the same time, the official opposition party, the Democratic Alliance, has also paid tribute to Jessie Duarte, saying she will be remembered for her role in the shaping of South African democracy.
Played an integral part of forming what we now have as democratic South Africa. She was an anti-apartheid activist in the early part of her political career and has served in various levels in government and within the ANC. And we have no doubt that this will leave a gaping hole within the organization, and she leaves behind a legacy that I think that the ANC will really hold in high regard. And so really we do wish the organization well as they try and forge a way forward following the falling of this giant tree. But from our side, as the official opposition, we recognize the role that she has played in forming the country that we have. And also playing a role in ensuring that we saw a South Africa that did not a transition into democracy, that did not result in bloodshed, but in fact we saw a peaceful transition, which is not the same that can be said in many parts of the African continent. And so we wish that she rests in peace and that we are sending our thoughts and prayers to her family and friends.
EFF spokesperson Leanne Matthys says Duarte was an unrelenting champion of women's rights and a forthright defender of the poor.
Our deepest and sincerest condolences to the family, the friends and the colleagues of the African National Congress's Deputy Secretary General Jessie Duarte. Comrade Duarte was fierce, firm and a forthright individual. She paid her dues towards the struggle for liberation here in our country. She was passionate about gender equality and she fought against forms of sexism and patriarchy. She will be remembered fondly by many young men and women who passed through her hands and grew through her guidance. The ANC has lost a committed member and the EFF sends its condolences to them. May Comrade Jessie Duarte rest in perfect peace.
And COPE spokesperson Dennis Bloem, who worked with Duarte in the formation of the United Democratic Front in the 1980s, says the late ANC Deputy Secretary General was the lover of the people of South Africa.
It's a very sad day for South Africa today with the passing on of Comrade Jessie Duarte. It is very sad because Comrade Jessie Duarte was in the forefront of our struggle. We know some of us who in the Congress of the People today have worked with Comrade Jessie Duarte during our struggle. She was there when the United Democratic Front, the UDF, was formed. She was not a bystander. She was in the forefront all the time in our struggle. We are very pained by her passing because we know that the country has lost a very hard-working, dedicated, principled person in Comrade Jessie Duarte. We don't hear about Comrade Jessie Duarte. Some of us, we know her contribution and her hard work in the struggle for this liberation. It's a very sad day to some of us in the Congress of the People. It is painful. We know that Comrade Jessie Duarte was very, very pained with what is going on in the ANC now. The last time I spoke to Comrade Jessie was last year when President Ramaphosa appeared before the Zondo Commission.
Let's take you back now to West Park Cemetery, where our co-anchor Vuyo Mvogo is standing by. Vuyo, talk to us about what is happening now.
That's the last prayer. Yes, that's right. Yes.
All right, these are live visuals from West Park Cemetery. You can see the leaders of the ANC. You can see the chairperson, Mandashe, spokesperson, Bulamabe. The president is also there with the Treasurer General. And I do understand that this is the last prayer. They are at the grave of the late Jessie Duarte. Let's take a listen in as to what we can hear now being said, and our colleague Vuyo Mvogo is also standing by.
Welcome back. Well, with me is, of course, former President Kgalema Motlanthe, who is among the people who are here to pay their last respects to Jessie Duarte. You served with her as an official in the ANC.
Yes, well, I served with Jessie in the committee of the PWV. When we were establishing legal structures of the ANC after the unbanning. And of course, thereafter we served together in various capacities of the structures of the ANC.
What are your fondest memories of during the years you were associated with her? Just some of the fondest memories.
Well, Jessie was someone you could rely on. I mean, even now when we're given the responsibility of coming up with guidelines for selection and election of leadership, we worked very closely with her, and we could rely on her to convey whatever concerns we had to the officials, the NWC and the National Executive Committee. So my fondest memory really of working with Comrade Jessie was when she was in charge of the scholarship funds, working with Dr. Nodier, Bayas Nodier, because there were a group of students who had been detained, and most of them were walking away from their studies simply because they've been, they were interrupted. And on Bay were using Jessie as, as his, right-hand person and administrator, was able to ensure that all of them went back to universities and their fees were paid. Because, Ombei's concern was that their parents had sent them to school to study, and here they were now so interrupted that they were ready to walk away from their studies here. So from that point onwards, our paths always crossed. We always found each other working, side by side here.
In her capacity as an official of the ANC, what do you think she brought to the party, that which the ANC is probably going to be poorer in absence?
Well, among the officials, I think, almost like in a family, she was the only female and was therefore able to, speak straight to them. The way, if you are all boys and you have a sister, it doesn't matter whether she's younger than you are. She takes the place of the mother in the mother's absence. So Jessie played that role. I mean, that's why we could all rely on her to convey loyally whatever concerns or suggestions we had to the officials first and foremost, and the NWC, and because then you get to know that the concerns are being addressed precisely because she would have conveyed them loyally and as clearly and forcefully as she could. Yeah.
In fact, feisty was one of the words that were used today.
Yeah. So in a sense, she'll be sorely missed. I think she was the glue, in a sense. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time, Mkhulwa, former President Kgalema Motlanthe, paying tribute to it. Our appointment does still stand, former President. Well, it's over now. Everyone is going home. You can see the officials of the ANC, the President Ramaphosa, as well as the Treasurer General of the ANC, as everyone makes their way home, which brings to the end the proceedings now.
And Voyo, of course, one of the things that we've seen, come out from this has been the various statements that we've seen from various political parties. You're looking at the COPE's Dennis Bloem, for example, and that has been one of the political parties sending out their statements. We saw the EFF, the Good Party, the IFP, really, talking about the force that she was and the engine that was fueling the fires at Luthuli House.
Indeed, Dennis Bloem, representing the Congress of the People. He was chatting earlier to the suspended Secretary General of the ANC, and people were joking that, is he going to join his factions? They said no, they were both free staters, so they had a lot of catching up to do. We shouldn't read much into it, really. But yes, lots and lots of people here.
And Vuyo, of course, we were talking earlier on about the arrangements that the ANC now is making to ensure that on Thursday they give her a befitting, as they say, a befitting, send off their own way as they talk about this memorial service that they are planning. And you were talking to us about the plans that are already afoot on that front. Do we know at this stage where it's going to be held? Any more details?
Not yet, Bongi. We're unsure. I guess everyone really was focusing on today to make sure that everything is organized for today, as I was saying earlier, but they're going to work flat out. I think it was the word someone I spoke to earlier was the word that they used as they were describing how they are now gathering everybody to make sure that Thursday does indeed happen, because this was a very senior official of the ANC. She was, still formally in office before she died, although, of course, for months on end now, she hasn't been physically in the office, not really working, but she was still officially the Deputy Secretary General of the ANC. In fact, by the time she fell ill, she was in fact acting as the Secretary General of the ANC, who, as we all know, is essentially the person running the party, the CEO of the party, so to speak. So they will want to make sure that it's as good a ceremony as it can possibly get.
And Vuyo, at the same time, I was speaking to Professor.
We have Bongiwe.
Continue, Vuyo.
In fact, one of the political parties that are here to pay tribute to Jessie Duarte, Dennis Bloem, the national spokesperson of the Congress of the People. You are here to pay your respects as a person, but also as a political party.
We are here to come and say thank you to Comrade Jessie Duarte for what she have done in this country, for the liberation of this country. We can never forget the contribution of Comrade Jessie Duarte. Through thick and thin, Comrade Jessie stood her grounds. Through prison, to detention, to everything. We know the struggle of Comrade Jessie. We know the credentials of Comrade Jessie. That's why we are here to come and say farewell to Comrade Jessie.
What is the one thing in the years you've known her, while you were still, of course, in the ANC, what's the one thing that you feel she really represented?
She represented love. The love that she had for the people of this country, of this struggle of the people. You can never repay Comrade Jessie. She loved this country. She loved the people of this country. She wanted to see freedom in her lifetime. That is the one thing that I will never forget about Comrade Jessie Duarte. She has sacrificed her whole life for the freedom of this country.
Did you ever work with her closely?
I have worked with Comrade Jessie in the setting up of the United Democratic Front in the 80s, when the apartheid government was very brutal. But Comrade Jessie worked, she traveled from the then Southern Natal or Southern Transvaal to the Free State. We worked closely with Comrade Jessie in the Free State, mobilizing the women. You know, with a 1 million signature campaign, Comrade Jessie Duarte was there to mobilize the people against the apartheid government. We have worked with Comrade Jessie. She was a stalwart. She was a pillar in our struggle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bloom, for your time. That's, of course, Dennis Bloom, who is the spokesperson of the Congress of the People. Well, the former Premier of the Western Cape and ANC, a stalwart in your own right. You're here to pay tribute to your comrade.
I've been here fortuitously to pay tribute to my comrade, but I knew the heartache because just earlier this week, we buried in the same cemetery my first grandson who was stillborn. And so we carry that pain and we transfer that pain into the pain that we feel for Comrade Jessie. So I have been here fortuitously, but I am very happy that I'm here to pay tribute to Comrade Jessie.
Did you ever work with her closely?
I worked with her over many years as particularly DSG when in the 2019 election campaign she was the go-to person to come and convince the Western Cape about a new deal under President Cyril Ramaphosa, a new beginning, a renewal. And I think that she was as aware as I was in leading that campaign in the Western Cape that it's the most difficult province and that you don't only have to win votes, you have to win trust of people again. And that brought us at close quarters to each other, and my last time when I worked really closely with her.
Well, speaking of trust, people have been saying that many were saying even though they differed with her, they knew they could trust her because they knew that she spoke her mind, she stood her ground, and even if you differed with her, but she would never betray anyone.
Absolutely. Comrade Jessie was as straight as you got. Sometimes you were on the receiving end of it, sometimes you were on the kind end of it. But when she thought you were wrong, she said so. When she thought you were brilliant, she said so. And so that really was the hallmark of the kind of straight talking that we require in the ANC so that we can win trust again. People don't mind differing with you. They mind not trusting you and not believing you. And I think Comrade Jessie was one of our great trust winners in the ANC.
Ibrahim Rasool, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
So that's, of course, the former leader of the ANC in the Western Cape, Ibrahim Rasool. But of course, he was here fortuitously, but because he came to bury his grandson, he says. But of course, this happened while he was there, and then he was here. And then he felt, of course, he should come and pay his tribute as well. Well, several people still here, still milling around, chatting. I wonder if we can get the spokesperson of the ANC, maybe he can brief us on the organization for Thursday's memorial service. Mr. Pulamave, memorial service on Thursday, how is the organization going?
We have already begun speaking to our structures, especially here in Gauteng. The Provincial Secretary, Comrade TK Ngiza, has already indicated that they are securing a UJ. There is already a planned mobilization program focusing on our structures in Gauteng, but the expectation is that all of our other provinces that may wish to join will also be invited. The Treasurer General, on behalf of the Secretary General's office, has already written a memo to structures, just informing them of that. So you would have seen, Vuyo, even here, the level of precision. Just from this morning when we had the news, we activated the entirety of the ANC machinery, issued statements, held a press briefing, got officials to visit at a dedicated time, made sure that we arrive here at the time that was also planned. So that really showed that if we are really focused, if we move like this, our own efficiencies will be able to make this organization of Comrade Jessie Duarte even much better.
Okay, so you're looking at the University of Johannesburg.
We're looking at the University of Johannesburg.
Any particular features that you think we're going to see on a Thursday at the memorial service?
Well, we are most likely to have a briefing on Tuesday, because we're dedicating time to Mandela Day tomorrow, but we also have got a presser on policy discussion documents. Tuesday, we'll most likely have a presser to now outline the format of the program.
We'll see how that goes. Thanks very much for your time. So, University of Johannesburg is what the ANC is looking at. Let me bring in the Premier of the Northern Cape, Mr. Salah. Good evening. Good afternoon. You came to pay your respects to your comrades.
Yes, definitely. I'm here on behalf of the ANC in the Northern Cape to come and pay our last respect to our Deputy Secretary General.
Who was Jessie Duarte to you?
We've worked with Comrade Jessie very closely, late 90s and early 2000s, when she was an NEC member and was the convener of the NEC in the Northern Cape. She was the convener of the NEC in the Northern Cape, and we worked very closely with her in building the structures of the African National Congress there.
How would you describe her to someone who didn't know or work closely with her?
Check the time she became an NEC convener in the Northern Cape. We were going through a bit of difficulties. It was during the time when we were restructuring the movement and having these ward-based BECs. And it was the time when Mani was moving out of the province, finishing his last term as the Premier. We were going through a bit of difficulties. The only way I can describe her, she's a very principled woman. She's a hard worker, extraordinary activist of the ANC.
The ANC will be poorer without her.
We are definitely poorer without her. And on behalf of the ANC in the Northern Cape, we want to pass our regards and our condolences to the family. We know this should come with extraordinary deep pain for the family. But I think she's made a massive contribution, and she left an indelible mark in her work within the African National Congress.
Thank you for your time.
No, thank you very much.
Janazah Salah, who's of course the chairperson of the ANC in the Northern Cape, but also the premier of that province. Bongiwe.
They bring us the very latest from West Park Cemetery. We do understand that the ANC is considering the University of Johannesburg for that memorial service, Unati, that we are expecting to be held on Thursday.
And of course, a pivotal moment for them, because they would want to then have a moment to share with her. I mean, as you heard from President Cyril Ramaphosa earlier, as he was delivering the eulogy, saying that, you know, as much as they knew that she was ill, her death really took them by surprise. I mean, having some very strong words that he said in the eulogy. And I want us to actually just talk about this one particular statement that he made. He said, Jessie Duarte stood firm against those who would sow division, who were interested only in personal advancement, who pursued narrow interests to neglect of the needs of the people. I think those are powerful words said there by the president, considering, of course, the important role that Jessie Duarte was for the ANC. And
before we go, Iman is standing by because we are coming to the end of our broadcast. Iman, one of the things that is critical is what conversations are going to need to happen between, within the ANC right now, the reflections, because we saw the leaders at the gravesite. We saw them, paying their respects. But there's a lot more that is going to need to be done in terms of reflection and really deeply looking at, what is happening within the ANC.
Well, one of the key words, let's say, or the key messages from the ANC over the last couple of months through the various elective congresses has been the notion of self-reflection and introspection for the party. It's so interesting that when someone of this stature and this magnitude passes away, it becomes a catalyst for some of the things that Jessie Duarte, by the way, has been talking about for years inside the party in terms of reform. But it is a complicated life, a complicated history, and that's what we're going to talk about next as we pick up the baton from you ladies. Thank you for holding it down so well this afternoon.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Iman. And that's where we leave it for tonight. Thank you so much for keeping us company. But this special broadcast continues throughout the evening.
Right here on the SABC News channel with Iman Rapeti.
All right, so our coverage, our special coverage on the passing of Jessie Duarte continues here on The Full View. We'll continue to bring you some insights just on the life and times. And as people come to terms with this loss today, what is the legacy that she's going to leave, especially for the ANC in the weeks, the months and the years ahead, no doubt. We'll begin also just by allowing you the opportunity to weigh in on our question of the day. How do you remember the late ANC Deputy Secretary General Jessie Duarte? You can tweet us on using the hashtag FullView, and we'll share your comments with the rest of our viewers a little bit later in the program. Well, for more reaction on the passing of ANC Deputy Secretary General Jessie Duarte, we go back to SABC News anchor Vuyo Mvoko and political editor Mzwandile Mbeje. In fact, we'll go back to them a little bit later in the program. You heard Vuyo just talking to a number of political leaders who have been reflecting on what she's meant, not only to the liberation struggle, but also the body politic of South Africa today. I'm joined now by political analyst Sandile Swana just to reflect on the legacy, some of the statements that Jessie Duarte has made, fiery statements, as you heard throughout the day, labeled as a firebrand, somebody who wasn't afraid to speak her voice. Sandile, thank you very much for being with us in our studio today. What was so interesting for me was it doesn't matter where you look on the political spectrum, even those who have been the ANC's harshest critics and have locked horns not only with Duarte but with other members of the ANC, coming out and being able to reflect on just how formidable a leader she was and her clarity of thinking.
Thank you, Iman. The truth of the matter is that in many ways Jessie was fortunate, particularly if you're a black person. You know, she was born at the time Bantu education was launched in 1953. So a lot of that generation had to, by circumstances, force of circumstances, to lead the struggle, had to be part of it. So none of us can deny those escapades, those confrontations with the system. So no matter what criticism one would have wanted to level at Jessie, the track record in the struggle and the success of that struggle in 1994 cannot be denied.
Yeah. You know, I was watching the grandchildren deliver that touching eulogy. It was a recollection of all her political milestones. So, you know, it kind of became a moment where her send-off became in part this nostalgic trip into the archive of activism and sacrifice of the party, the parts of the ANC that are really further from public view right in this moment.
Yes.
Would you concur with that?
Yes, I think that the thing about South Africans, a lot of us don't look at things from a historical point of view. Where did this thing come from? People are caught up in what is happening today. We don't really go into the nitty-gritty of what made Jessie Duarte and what made the UDF, what made eventually the ANC. These little scandals that we see and other failings that we see today do not actually reflect the true price that was paid for us to be here today.
I want to talk then because that true price was one, I think, that she constantly tried to reinsert into public memory. The many faces of Jessie Duarte is then what we see in public. Let's start with the rock that she was within. The ANC NEC member, TG Paul Mashatile, saying, reflecting on her stoicism, talked about, how she was resilient even in the face of her ill health. We heard earlier in the program from TK Nkiza, who referred to her as a mother figure, somebody who, brought the youth in when they felt abandoned and depressed, and a being who could be trusted. So interestingly, in Nasrec at that seminal conference, by both slates, when she ascended as DSG on both slates.
Yes, there are personalities like that. Unfortunately, people like Jessie are not in the majority at the moment in the ANC, but they are there. Jessie was one of them who know that they will tell you the truth, whether you are this side or that side, they lay it on you. It will be in front of you, whatever it is that need to be in front of you. And unfortunately, we are now in the period where there's a philosophy of winner takes all in most of these slates. But yes, Jessie was that. And the other one that was emphasized by Dennis Bloom was the issue of love. That issue of being able to accommodate people even in their time of greatest weakness.
I mean, I'm just looking at the pictures we're showing our viewers now. I mean, look at that picture, so young, you know, and this is really in our democratic history, not too long ago, but there she is, and we'll talk a little bit more about the role she played along with Madiba and along with Walter Sisulu and how that really shaped her political career. But we cannot forget Jessie, the firebrand. Who can forget her famously telling the party in Soweto in 2019, this is not long ago, during the Albertina Sisulu Memorial Lecture, and we know she was one of Ma Sisulu's girls back in the day. That's what really also just springboarded her political activism around women's issues. But she said that the party was tribalistically chauvinistic. She also said that the party was racist, that we in the ANC are racist because we marginalize people who are not black African people. We keep them out of the ANC at all costs and put one or two people there as tokens so that we can say, Maraya, you know, there is Jessie Appa representing in the ANC. And I think the comment that Bongi made to me in that handover was, these wisdoms, these critiques of the ANC that she, you know, vociferously voiced at many different points are things now, ironically, in her demise that perhaps the party is going to be able to consider as it finds an opportunity for another Damascene moment. Do you have a smile on your face? Do you disagree? In this movement, let's call it that, ANC, UDF, and the Mass Democratic Movement, whatever you want to call it, Jessie had to raise that issue. Some of us forget that people like Gayton McKenzie were once in this mix. And we found a breakdown, almost a tribalistic, ethnic breakdown of the ANC. And this whole criticism that people bring forward to say that the ANC is for especially Africans and blacks in general, and so on, those types of things. And Jessie challenged that, and rightfully so, because the last election showed you a fracturing of people into cultural, localized, parochial type of groups that are very ethnic in background. And that you will probably find in the ANC structures as well. You know, and I mean, it's really hard to synthesize a life, isn't it? Because you take the best and the worst parts, and that makes the story, when there's so much nuance in between that story. 25 years on the NEC, 10 as DSG, navigating these choppy political waters, watching, you know, the political fortunes of the party being eviscerated both through election numbers and scandals. She wasn't someone that was afraid to speak her mind, and you've made that point again now. What does this moment represent, you know, both in terms of perhaps accidentally some of the political goodwill that exists in this moment for the party, the reflection on the lessons that she has tried to, you know, to pass on while she was still alive? What does the ANC do with this moment? Is there an opportunity for them here? I mean, not to be opportunistic, but is there an opportunity here for them?
Well, the opportunity is already there. I think this gives impetus to that opportunity. I mean, in the past few days, we've listened to the presentation by Losi of COSATU at the SACP Congress. And I probably spent the better part of today reading the political report of the SACP. That candid honesty, which is precipitated by electoral losses. So when people like Jessie, who are unifiers, are going and so on, and the electoral pressures are increasing, because they're going to have about only 18 months from December to win an election. And right now, they are terribly divided. I think people had to force a lot of smiles at the cemetery there.
It's so interesting that you say that. And again, you know, if there's any place to force a smile, it would be then at a cemetery, because you don't want to seem, you know, ungenerous. But you reflect on the SACP, of course, they've just had their elective Congress. We know the relationship that Mr. Duarte had in particular with the SACP. These calls again, these ponderings about whether the SACP goes it alone as a party, and as we reflected yesterday on the program, this is not a new call. It's been years and years in the making. But it's a call that seems to reincarnate every so often, given the deeper frustrations and fissures within the alliance. Would you say these are real existential threats for that alliance?
Not the alliance, no. I don't think the alliance is under threat. These are bargaining tools and bargaining chips that the Communist Party often throws and throws its toys to get more cabinet posts and other things. And unfortunately, there are things that are very serious that the SACP is able to say that they've not been able to get the ANC to pick on those things and ride with them on the actual agenda of running the cabinet and running the affairs of state.
So again, going back to what this moment is, what it represents, we had a trip down memory lane, a look at her, her political activism and her career, where she's located inside the party. Some of these, and I'm going to talk actually to, hopefully to the Jacob Zuma Foundation a little bit later on, about where that loyalty shifted in a sense, and was then firmly lodged behind Jacob Zuma. How would you say, what are the things you put together in that recipe or that synthesis of what her legacy really is? Obviously, it can't be determined in the moment. It will take a period of reflection for things to sediment. But what would make some of the attributes of that legacy?
I think it's complex. And I think to say there's people who were placed behind Jacob Zuma and all that, it's a complex issue. Because some of the people were actually affected in 1996 when the RDP program was jettisoned. And Zuma became a hope that they had. Not the person, it was a hope. They already had the hope that they need to fight back against the neoliberalism. So some of the people who are said to be behind Jacob Zuma were actually against neoliberalism. There are those, obviously, who are personally, in the personality cult of the ANC, totally committed to Jacob Zuma himself. But we must not, and I would think Jessie's position would be much more different, because the recipe that has been implemented up until now, after jettisoning the RDP, has produced failure in any event. And they also tried to rescue it, and they produced more failure.
Right. It was interesting, though, because if I recall correctly, her reflecting on being sad at the fact that she had to stand in, and there's a picture there, I believe this is from today, at the funeral service, Ace Magashule and the president of the party. We know that these have been tenuous times. She had to step in for him. And also it was a year, last year was a really tumultuous year in terms of her own relationship with Zuma and that loyalty she felt with him when he had to be jailed, describing this entire period as sad. It's interesting that on the day of her send-off, here's a moment together. I believe that's from today.
Yeah, it is. Yes, the issue here, there are people, politically and from a statesmanship point of view, who would have said this whole hoo-ha of dividing the ANC, fighting with Jacob Zuma to the extent that has been done, and fighting with Ace Magashule, and all this thing that happened, people like Jessie would have said, we're actually going to destroy ourselves here. I'm certain of that. And they actually have. And those who continue to take that route are actually destroying both Cyril Ramaphosa's camp and destroying the RT camp. They are destroying the ANC. So the problem is that, and I think Oprima Chike made this point, by saying that none of these people can approach this topic from a position of innocence. The people who are behind Ramaphosa, including Ramaphosa himself, is not innocent, just as much as Zuma is not innocent. So there is a domestic arrangement that they need to come to, and I think Jessie would have been there.
Yes, and I suppose in a sense also to kind of tap into the wisdom of Solomon at a moment like this when there's so much at stake and a wise decision needs to be made about the way forward. We always appreciate your analysis and thank you for broadening this picture and what this day means in terms of not only for the party's future, but also as we come to terms with what Jessie Duarte's legacy is. Political analyst Sandile Swana. Let's take you then back live to the burial centre, and that's where we will find our two reporters and our political editor, Vuyo Mzwandile Mbeje and Vuyo Mvoko. Good evening to you both. I'm sure that you've had a lot that you've been witnessing, a lot of people to see. We were just sharing with our viewers a picture of Ace Magashule and President Cyril Ramaphosa. A moment, I wonder what you're hearing on the sidelines, a moment of softer words and reconciliation, hopefully?
Well, Iman, in fact, right behind us, the last remaining people, in fact, represent the ANC in all its contradictions. You have, as the last man standing, the suspended ANC Secretary General Ace Magashule, and right next to him, the gentleman is speaking to now, Faisal Motleka. Faisal is owed millions of rands by the ANC. In fact, he got a court order not too long ago where he's supposed to attach the property, Luthuli House and everything that's in there. I think the money he's owed runs into over 100 million actually. And with them is, of course, Supra Mahumapilo, who only the other day was leading a march outside Luthuli House demanding the suspension or expulsion even of ANC President Cyril Ramaphosa. And they are the last people who remain here. Everyone else is gone, except, of course, for the people who are busy cleaning up, dismantling the tent, and so on. Zwandile, it's been a long day. And of course, apart from the fact that people were coming to pay tributes to Jessie Duarte, the day also represented in so many ways, it again reminded us, of the state that the ANC is in.
Vuyo, as I was sitting watching, as I was reflecting myself as a journalist, I'm saying, I actually think this is what the ANC has been fighting for all this past 5 years, just to get all these people to unite. Jessie Duarte, in her death, managed to get all these people to sit and just sing from the same hymn sheet. That is the message that President Ramaphosa and even the grouping that we've just spoken about have been saying, to say they are looking for the unity of the ANC. So we saw it happen here today, only if it's for a few hours.
In fact, Iman was saying, was talking about that picture, of Cyril Ramaphosa and Ace Magashule that everyone, in fact, has been talking about the whole afternoon. And linked to that was Gwede Mandashe saying to Ace Magashule, "We've suspended you. You are the suspended one." Yeah. And everyone was laughing about it.
Indeed. It may have been in jest, but I think deep down they realize that what is it that's stopping them from truly uniting? If there is one figure that is Jessie Duarte who is able to bring them together in this fashion. Because, you speak to all sides, they are all convinced that she was the true servant of their movement. So they believed in what she was doing. But here is the question. If then they did believe in what she pursued, why were they not following it? Because somehow, or is it a case of interpretations differently? So someone thinks she thought it is this way when someone else thought it is the other way. So you also had the message, Vuyo, from the very president who said, so this is the moment for unity. But I'm afraid, given that we are 5 months away from the elective conference of the ANC, it may be a bit too late. Did you see the guidelines of who should contest? Others are basically saying they are meant to exclude someone like the suspended Secretary General. So all those things.
Interestingly, I asked him earlier while we were standing there. So what do you do, these days? How do you spend your time? He says, I'm mobilizing. I am on the ground. I'm crisscrossing the country. So that should tell you that someone is really up to something. I asked him whether he's going to the policy conference. He said, no, he's not sure because he's too busy preparing for December. He says, in December, I will certainly be there. Nothing is going to stop me from being there in December. Those were his words.
His hope, as he says, he's mobilizing. Remember, right now, the NEC is the highest decision-making body, but the emphasis in between the conferences. If, for example, the National Conference in December decides, no, this step-aside rule is not okay, we need our Secretary General back, so those people have the power to do that. If indeed he is mobilizing and he is successful to get the branches to believe in what he is saying, so he certainly will be there. I'm not sure on the current balance of evidence if it's going the direction.
Well, I mean, it's interesting you're saying that matter will, in all likelihood, only arise in December. And here's why I'm saying this. You remember that when the ANC had its conference at Tax ahead of Polokwane, former President Jacob Zuma, who was the deputy president at the time, had been removed from cabinet, you'll recall. Phumzile Mlambo Ngcuka was the deputy president. But not only that, President Mbeki had also, he had also been, though he was deputy president, but he wouldn't deputize for Thabo Mbeki, for example. If an ANC structure invited the president couldn't make it, it would be Kgalema Motlanthe, who was Secretary General, or someone, or a Musiwa Lekota, who would then go there. Now, why am I raising this? It's because at Tax, a decision was taken to reinstate the powers of the ANC deputy president, even though that was not the place to do it. But because the conference risked collapsing on that matter, then they decided to entertain it. To cut a long story short, even though it was not the place to do it, but it happened. So I'm saying, what are the chances then of the step-aside rule being discussed at the policy conference, actually, and people forcing a decision ahead of the December conference, so that by the time you get to the December conference, people like Ace Magashule are able to participate?
I think one of the first indications that will tell us exactly what will happen on this on this step-aside rule will be the conference Vuyo in the next 4 days from now, the one in KZN. Remember, one of the contestants there is Zandile Kumete, who's very, very powerful, who's just recently won the chairpersonship of eThekwini. So those who are backing her feel she's not able to discharge her responsibilities because of the step-aside rule. She actually, in one of the many slates that are doing the rounds in KZN, is actually part of them. So for them to be able to get her to be able to discharge her responsibilities, this issue is certainly going to be entertained. So if, for example, they are able, her slate, let's say, wins, or they are able to get enough backing. So remember, KZN is the biggest province of the ANC, but of course we know it's also divided. But it will be interesting to see how they will raise this issue, because there is practical evidence that there is someone they want, but this is hindering them. And you know, as much as in Limpopo, the province backed hugely the current president, yes, there were those voices which said, we need to discuss this thing. So if the groundwork is being done sufficiently, you are likely to see it. In fact, you've spoken about the conferences collapsing. We have seen a conference in Gauteng taking 2 weeks. Have you ever seen that? Because they couldn't agree on certain things. That issue at the policy conference I see it really dragging this conference. So how the ANC has managed to perhaps deal with those things would be very interesting to watch for you.
Let's leave it there, Mzwandile Mbeje, our political editor, talking all matters ANC, of course. ANC matters, ANC contradictions, everything ANC was in full display at this service today. Again, on Thursday, the ANC says it'll have that memorial service. Iman, we're told that they are looking at the University of Johannesburg as a venue, but details will be made available. In fact, Pule Mabe was telling us earlier that on Tuesday they'll be having a briefing where they will give the details of what is going to happen come Thursday. From ANC Deputy Secretary General's resting place, from me, Mzwandile Mbeje, and the rest of the team, it's a wrap. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that formidable coverage, Vuyo, to you and to the entire team. Sun setting there in Johannesburg over, as Vuyo said, the final resting place of Jessie Duarte. It has been an intense and emotional day, no doubt, for the family, with the passing in the early hours in the morning, springing into action by both provincial authorities and the family to make this funeral take place. To the many tributes and the eulogy that we heard paying tribute to her life and her legacy. Well, to build on that story is Professor Sats Cooper, who is the president of the Pan-African Psychology Union, a well-renowned former member of the Black Consciousness Movement, as well as a political prisoner and member of the 1970s group of activists. Prof. Cooper, I think it's appropriate to start this evening by offering you our condolences as well. This is somebody, whose journey, political journey, in a sense, there's been some twinning with that cohort of people. You were also imprisoned, as was she. There's a whole legacy I was commenting on to our earlier guest that is almost a re-invocation of what the ANC was during those formidable years in the lead up to our freedom.
Well, Jessie Yasmin Dangle was a child of the 70s, like her brothers. She was what Nelson Mandela, our founding president, called the felt fire that swept South Africa in the 70s. And all of them played sterling roles in conscientization, in developing young people's awareness of the issues and mobilizing people. Of course, with time, people found particular political home, but Jessie will always be fondly remembered by parties across the political spectrum from the liberation side in terms of her contribution. And I knew her older brother, Mohammed, in that period. And I met Jessie when I got out of prison in 1983. And Jessie was always somebody who engaged. She was very personable, had very strong views, was ANC to the core. And that's why she managed to bridge the gaps between what's been represented already, the Zuma era and the Ramaphosa era, if you like. But it's also significant that persons from different spaces have paid tribute to her. She was, at the best of times, quite firm in her views, but she was also testy. She also didn't brook nonsense. She didn't take prisoners, and she was able to speak her mind. And I think also for women leadership, she was a very staunch advocate. I recall when she spoke her mind about being almost alone in the ANC headquarters with male leaders. And I think that was a ringing testimony to the fact that we need more people of her caliber. We need people who are women to take the reins, particularly when the males in leadership have failed us. So we need younger leaders, and she was able to bridge that period. She was active during the student protests from Rhodes to Fees Must Fall. She cultivated a lot of young leaders and brought them on board. She chased young persons across color and other lines, and she was able to engage with them.
It's interesting you talk about the Fees Must Fall movement. We will be in conversation with Vasia Hassan, who is one of the notable Fees Must Fall female leaders on the program a little bit later on. But it's interesting to me in talking about this dichotomy, you know, of personality that Jessie Duarte embodied, and you use the word testy. For us in the media at times, she's been described as a bully, as somebody who's been unnecessarily harsh and critical of the media. And I'm wondering, because part of our discussion, you know, tangentially must reach the psychology of what it takes to be in a position like that, with the history and the experience that she had, fighting every inch of the way in a time when South Africa was very, very dark. You called her a party stalwart to the core, and that's certainly what we hear, those testimonials from her party colleagues. So this defense of the party in public, even when, you know, on evidence, we might say on the outside, it's going over a cliff, would pull back and basically be in defense of the party. And then on the other hand, as all human beings are complex, the soft, the mother figure, the stoic woman, the sibling, the grandmother. Just share with us the special type of, well, I don't want to call it the pathologies, but to exist in South Africa post-democracy, having taken part in the struggle and in that whole environment and that context during those dark years. How much does that change you, tool you, harden you in a way?
I think it's important to recognize that people involved in liberation and imbued with the spirit of wanting to change this society, who indeed gave their all to make this democracy work, were in a difficult place post-democracy, particularly in the years where I would say for at least 20 plus years, when more and more things began to be decided at government level, decided in such a way that it almost took away an agency from society. And so that period, it was the height of the Mbeki period, where it was almost don't think because we will think for you. So it brought in a liberation ethos of stealth, of underground alliances, of mistrust. And when media began to challenge in the early days, there was a skepticism about this media, whether it was the SABC, whether it was any other media house. There was a skepticism because there was an acceptance that, well, people should embrace us because look, and Lindiwe Sisulu said it, we liberated you. So that kind of narrative played itself out, but what they did not account for is creating a liberal democratic dispensation where freedom of media, freedom of association became all important, such that we have a Tower of Babel now. The kinds of narratives put across were easy to dismiss because, after all, we experienced the torture, the secrecy, not knowing who to trust. So when the media began to move into that space and ask questions, we had a supple media. During the apartheid years, there was no real opposition from the media. I know we'll hear stories about which press, which publication was anti blah, 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 or which institution, which university was opposed to it. But let's be very clear. Most institutions, most media was on the other side. The newsrooms were filled with spies. They worked for the other side. So can you imagine coming into power and confronting the fact that actually some of our comrades worked for the other side? It's all coming loose now. And so Jessie Duarte, in her role as deputy to Gwede Mantashe, had to put across the views of the ANC. And from there, she developed this steeled approach to dismissal and engaging and then attacking, because the story was something that was almost indefensible. And how do you defend the indefensible as it's unfurling before you? So she became quite testy, querulous, threw the baton held the baton, but through the attack at the media.
You have such a beautiful turn of phrase, Professor Cooper, and that is such an interesting rendition of being able to understand why she did engage or defend in the way that she did. And keeping with the Tower of Babel theme then, given her demise now, and how, how we see those actions in the context of where the ANC is right now, they have a lot of ground to cover. How do they begin to speak in the language that the people in this context, those of whom are very deeply critical of the ANC, in a way that reaches people now and isn't so as disconnected as the ANC has become in recent years?
Well, during this period and, when Jessie got ill, COVID was rife. We were in the space of social media, and more people began to be ultra critical, almost cancel out each other. In that time, we've seen raw factionalism, we've seen self-aggrandizement, we've seen self-serving, we've seen persons not acknowledge that actually, if I'm impugned, then I should do the right thing. Not very few decided to do the right thing. In recent memory, Zweli Mkhize, when confronted with the kinds of allegations that he was confronted with, decided he was going to step aside. Very few others actually did. They fought it all the way. Indeed, challenging the ANC and then some of them going to court. So that's not the test of a true liberation leader. In fact, some of the talking heads constitute people who have come more recently. The real liberation heroes will say, I will give you the benefit of the doubt, but I will be triumphant in my defense of those who accuse me, not counter-accuse. That is taking the ANC for granted. It is further causing schisms, but it's also causing havoc with the country, because our economy is at its worst ebb. We are replete with the worst kinds of statistics, the largest this, the longest that, etc., etc. And they are adding to it. We've got a leadership that is so mediocre that they cannot acknowledge. They cannot look in the mirror and see, by the way, there's a perception, and perception is greater than reality. Let me do the right thing. If Boris Conservative Johnson can step aside, who are these persons who come to funeral after funeral, lauding the deceased, but carrying on in their own name? So after this, they will be scrapping again at each other, and this the country cannot afford. So they need to do it not for their party, they need to do it for the country.
I want to invoke the term eulogy because, that was shared today so beautifully and eloquently by Jessie Duarte's grandchildren. Her eulogy was read out, and some might say, it would be quite brazen to say that the eulogy of the ANC is being written and will be read sometime soon in South Africa, but without a doubt, based on your testimony and others who believe that, the ANC is in an imperiled position at this point. How important a moment is this for the party insofar as their survival and how they evaluate how to move forward?
I don't think that some of the leaders are capable of self-evaluation. They talk about it. I think they're more interested in their own positions. I think they're more interested in contestation in December. They don't possess the bigness to rise above the narrowness of their own positions, and they will take us to the brink in December. Last November, we saw a further impalement of the ANC, if you like, with local government elections. And that warning, I think, needs to be taken very seriously. We saw hundreds of parties contest. It is a mayhem, political mayhem. And the ANC must accept, at the top leadership level, responsibility. If they put out a new mantra that is beginning to emerge, that this country won't survive without the ANC, let them show it to us. So far, we're not seeing that leadership that ought to be trusted. And right now, all of them ought to be standing in the bar of history, accounting for their own misdemeanors.
Professor Sats Cooper, thank you as always for talking to us. We appreciate your time and your perspective. Thank you so much. The African National Congress has suffered the loss of yet another struggle stalwart, as we've been showing you today. The Deputy Secretary General, Jessie Duarte, passing away at the age of 68 after a battle with cancer. She was undergoing treatment for the disease and had been on medical leave since November 2021. Duarte was the only female serving in the top brass of the ANC.
The daughter of a shoe salesman, Yasmin Jessie Duarte, was the fifth of 9 children. Born in September 1953, Duarte started school in 1958 and matriculated in 1971. She then went on to become an American Field Service Scholar in Pittsburgh. While working as an accountant, she also enrolled for a BCom degree.
Our greatest issues were no different from the issues of today. You know, looking for work every day, looking from one door to the next.
Her interest in politics started when she was only 15 years old. While in high school, she organized a stay-away march for which she was suspended. Around that time, she and her brothers formed a residents' association in Nuclear to oppose the expropriation of land in the area, but the association was banned. Later, she joined the Labour Party youth movement and was elected as the provincial treasurer at the Transvaal Youth Congress in 1966. After assuming the position, Duarte encountered problems with the party leaders for wanting the movement to move from only colored members to being a non-racial party. This was not allowed by the apartheid laws at the time. Her politics were also influenced by her grandmother, a strict traditional Muslim, who was critical of the apartheid government and the class structure which existed at the time.
You must be activists, but activists have to have foundations. You must be able to understand the Freedom Charter very well.
Duarte played a part in the formation of the United Democratic Front and also experienced her fair share of the dark side of the brutal apartheid regime. In 1988, she was detained at the Johannesburg Women's Prison. After the unveiling of the ANC in 1990, she was tasked with establishing ANC internal structures. She subsequently served as a member of the Regional Executive Committee from 1991 until 1998. She also was Gauteng MEC for Safety and Security.
Be that you yourself believe in what you say.
Duarte was a special assistant to the first democratic president of South Africa, the late Nelson Mandela, and was later appointed as the country's ambassador to Mozambique. Before assuming her role as the Deputy Secretary General of one of the oldest liberation movements on the African continent, Duarte was also its spokesperson. She was elected as Deputy Secretary General by the 53rd ANC National Conference in 2012. Duarte has been described as the engine of the ANC, especially after it was embroiled in internal disputes. During her passing, she was the only woman serving in the top 6 of the ANC. But her political career was not without controversy. She resigned from her position as Gauteng MEC in 1998 after allegations that she had driven a state vehicle without a driver's license. An investigation by Moerane Commission found out that she may have been involved in the cover-up. Duarte was laid to rest in a special official funeral Category 2 in accordance with her Muslim tradition at the West Park Cemetery in Johannesburg. Nhlanhla Khatlani, SABC News, Johannesburg.
Tributes, of course, continue to pour in for Jessie Duarte. And the president, as you heard in his tribute there, commended her, for the role that she played in strengthening the relationship between South Africa and Mozambique after 1994. You'll recall that she was deployed as the South African High Commission to Mozambique. And she was a part of South Africa's diplomatic corps from 1999 to 2003. Also a senior official at the International Department of International Relations. And somebody who interacted with Jessie Duarte over a series of years is our very own international news editor, Sophie Mokoena. Sophie, good evening to you and welcome. Sometimes we look at, people that we interact with in our journalistic work as people who might be there forever. And suddenly you have the passing of someone who was, a notable figure that we interacted with often as the media. What are your personal reflections of the times that you interviewed Jessie Duarte?
Well, I started speaking to Jessie Duarte when I was a current affairs anchor at the Lesedi FM, and then it was called Sesotho Stereo, when she was the MEC for safety in Gauteng under Tokyo Sehwale. So I used to speak to her about issues that were related to crime in South Africa. And later, when I became a political reporter, of course, I interacted with her, particularly when she was the spokesperson of the ANC, but also as a journalist, particularly during the time in the month of August, when we look at the role women played in the struggle. One used to speak to her a lot. But also recently, much as I am the international news editor, during the local government elections at the Rock, where you have the results for elections. I spoke to her after it was clear that ANC has done badly, particularly in metros. She was very, very hurt. I remember her calling me and talking to me and saying, Sophie, I am hurt. I can't believe my movement is facing such challenges to an extent that we didn't perform well. I am hurt, particularly losing the economic hub, that is Johannesburg, the perhaps most powerful GDP on the continent, and therefore she was hurt. And I'm not surprised when I heard the ANC Treasurer General saying that after that it wasn't all well with her and they thought she will come back, but she didn't come back. She was very, very hurt. And two, you'd recall that the former president of the ANC, Thabo Mbeki, wrote a letter to her talking about the outcome of the elections and what needs to be done in terms of trying to save the ANC. And remember, she had to receive all those difficult messages and news, and also to communicate messages to the ANC membership, but also to ordinary South Africans. Who can forget when she had to play a role communicating the recall of former President Thabo Mbeki then, when she was a spokesperson of the ANC after Polokwane conference. And then, of course, later, a man that she was very close to, Jacob Zuma, when he was recalled, she had to again be at the forefront as the Deputy Secretary General, then to also communicate this message, and her being sent to Mahlaba Ndlovu. On arrival, they had problems with security, and they had to send a second backup to ensure that the security was able to open for the ANC delegation at night. I remember we were at Irene waiting for the delegation that went to President Jacob Zuma's official residence in Mahlaba Ndlovu to come back so that we can know what was happening. And therefore, and then later the divisions within the ANC, she had to communicate those tough decisions, even though personally she had a particular viewpoint and soft spot for the former president of the ANC. And therefore, that's how I have known her, very, very feisty. The second issue, Iman, which is very important for me, she was very vocal on issues related to women empowerment, particularly within the ANC. She was very vocal that the ANC is still dominated by men in terms of leadership. And two, she was very vocal in terms of ensuring that ANC does go back to its roots of being an organization that stands for multi-racialism and also accommodating the other smaller groups. I remember towards the Nazareth conference, I was doing a story of one of the ANC stalwart who had passed on at Lenasia. And I was talking to her. She was in tears, saying that it's said that people like that stalwart had fought so hard, and many others, white, colored, and Indians, to ensure that ANC is a formidable force, and finally the country was liberated. But it was, at that time, it seems that there's smaller groups who have been sidelined. And she was very, very vocal. So I was not surprised that Nazareth, when she came back, representing a powerful support and vote from women, but also a vote that was seen as people who are saying ANC must go back to be an inclusive party in terms of race, color, and gender.
And that focus on women's emancipation goes back, as we've been sharing with our viewers, all the way to her being, you know, from the days when she was the secretary of the Federation for Transvaal Women. I think FEDTRAW was the acronym, under the tutelage of Ma Albertina Sisulu. So certainly a long track record of fighting for women's rights in various spheres inside the ANC as well. You know, as you're reflecting there on, you know, how she shared with you at The Rock her true feelings about the ANC's fortunes and how they performed, that almost tender side where she kind of showed you her heart a little bit, not a picture of Jessie Duarte that the media is familiar with in terms of, you know, the various run-ins that she's had with the media, her kind of formidable hard line, you know, which has resulted in, you know, all sorts of different labels, including that of bully. But it was interesting in the conversation I just had with Professor Sats Cooper, understanding where that comes from in her own pathology of why that defense of the ANC is so central. How would you read her relationship with the media against this backdrop?
With my little experience, not claiming to be perhaps an expert in this thing of being a political reporter or media, the reality is Jessie was very committed to the ANC, and she defended the ANC at all costs. But also, she had a feeling that some of us, maybe, we were too hard on the ANC. We didn't understand the responsibility the ANC has in the society, but also we don't understand the fact that ANC is a broad church. You have different characters, and these different characters will behave in different ways. But also, at times, it was at the time where she's dealing with something very, very, very difficult as a ANC leader, but also an ordinary human being. For example, the issue related to President Jacob Zuma, because you'd recall that she was a spokesperson of the ANC and therefore very close to the top six, but also she went to the presidency at some point in time, working in the office of President Jacob Zuma. But due to personality clash, perhaps with the then chief whip or a person who was in charge of that office, she had to go back to Little House and later elected as the Secretary General. And therefore, in most cases, she was dealing with difficult issues within the ANC. We know, you can see how the ANC looks like right now. You can imagine if you have to deal with some of these difficult choices. I mean, as the ANC is currently preparing to go to the conference, you can see the forces and the fights and the divisions. You must pull this organization together to ensure that you have a successful conference. You have to communicate some of the difficult decisions, you know, talking about the suspension of Ace Magashule. I mean, they've worked together, they knew each other. I mean, she got support from Free State when she became the Deputy Secretary General, and that time the ANC was led by Magashule. So in terms of politics, you can see that there was an alliance. Therefore, you have now to communicate this. So sometimes her feistiness would lead to a situation where she might perhaps lose it. But all of us, I mean, all of us, no one was spared. Even myself, I can tell you lots of stories. But I think generally one has to understand that you are in this profession as a journalist. All newsmakers are the same. No single newsmaker doesn't have her faults or his faults in terms of fighting with journalists. The same with us journalists. We do err, we do make mistakes. And therefore, I think it's the nature of human beings.
Sophie Mokoena, thank you very much for dipping into your experience box and sharing some of those anecdotes of your interactions with Jessie Duarte. Of course, we will continue to bring you more interviews on this day of her passing. On Monday, the UN observes International Nelson Mandela Day. The UN Chief Antonio Guterres has called on UN members and their citizens to spend 67 minutes of their time